Chapter 174. Conditions for evolution from quasi-saint to ascendant have been partially met. Apex monsters hunted, Apex 1/30th incomplete. Sigh. I sighed as I looked at the fallen ice horror on the ground. While I succeeded in capturing one apex, my heart wasn't at ease. It's definitely tough. Even in the game, hunting apex creatures wasn't easy. From galagons to sea demons, there were only formidable beings classified as apex. But that was just a game after all. While the death penalty in space survival games was significant, it didn't compare to real-life death. Engaging in a struggle for life wasn't as easy as one might think. It would have been tough without them. Alia, who had helped me in this fight, sat down beside me. Number 26, whom I rode, and the Mother of the Sky descended beside me as well. All three of them had been a great help in capturing the ice horror. ZZZZZZZZZZZZ, I'll be fine in a bit. As always, number 26, who had returned to its small size, was more concerned about me. We managed to capture this. Alia jumped around on the corpse, seemingly excited. The Mother of the Sky looked at the corpse as if she couldn't believe it. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. The underground shelter we were in was barely holding up. With the ice horror and me having clashed, it could collapse at any moment. If this collapses, it'll affect the outside too. If this collapsed, it was evident that the ice planes above would collapse, creating a massive sinkhole. Given that the solid ice had sunk, the galagons would also find it suspicious. Moreover, I didn't have much time left. The duration of the hunt's manifestation was 20 minutes. Since I had spent most of the time fighting the creature, there was only about 5 minutes left. The Mother of the Sky, hearing my words, looked at the wall of gold and nodded. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, take out its heart. I picked up the divine pepectrate from the blood and threw it to her. She effortlessly caught it and walked into the wound I had prepared. Mid-baby, I'll help you. Thank you. While number 26 and the Mother of the Sky were inside the creature's belly, I prepared to eat the head of the ice horror. The exoskeleton is too tough to eat as is. I opened its jaw and crawled inside. Passing through sharp teeth and hard spikes, I entered its throat, where soft flesh awaited me. The flesh surrounding my body, they're all edible parts. I started tearing into the meat spread around me while lying on my stomach. I thought the meat would be tough due to the creature's exoskeleton, but surprisingly, it wasn't. Even though half of its teeth were broken, the flesh went down the throat without much resistance. Spicy. The ice horror's meat boasted the spiciest taste among all the prey I had ever eaten. It was to the point where tears would well up if a morph had tear ducts. Is it because of the venom? The venom spat out by the ice horror was much stronger than the neurotoxin I possessed. Curious if other parts also contained it, I tasted the flesh deep inside. This part is a bit milder. It seemed like only the throat and esophagus area where the venom sacs were located were affected. Among the creatures here, none were immune to venom. So, I thought it would be okay, but just in case, I should warn the others. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Because of the venom after all. The Mother of the Sky was eating the heart of the ice horror she had harvested. Through the auxiliary organ, her appearance was that of a griffin. She had detected the venom while tasting in humanoid mode and transformed into a griffin with immunity. Currently, none of us had immunity to the venom. While I and number 26 had the highest resistance, the others could eat the ice horror's meat as long as they avoided the risky parts. However, waves of pain and exhilaration poured out from number 26 and Alia despite the spiciness. It's spicy. It hurts. But it's delicious. Thrilling, novelty. Number 26 seemed to continue eating despite the pain, while Alia seemed to enjoy the new sensation. It's good to see everyone enjoying themselves. Seeing number 26 eating something spicy, I honestly wanted to watch, but I still had things to do. Before the manifestation of the hunt ended, I had to eat all of the head. I wonder what will come out this time. Since the creature was several hundred meters long, its head size easily exceeded 20 meters. I swiftly ate the meat covering half of my body from the neck onwards. While I was eating my way up to where the brain should be, the Mother of the Sky called out to me. Come out for a moment after you're done eating everything. ZZZZZZ, why? I found a screamer in its entrails. ZZZ, what? I was taken aback by her words. Don't worry. Only the remains of a deactivated screamer are left. Although I felt slightly relieved at her subsequent words, I wasn't completely relaxed yet. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, are there any nearby? That's unlikely. Judging from the corroded state, it's been quite some time. Almost 3 weeks. Buzz 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 buzz, it was inside for 3 weeks. Looking at the remaining metal skeleton, it seemed similar to the one we saw earlier. Listening to the conversation, it seemed that modified new model screamers had also entered this underground. They met the ice horror and were all wiped out. Could the one we saw in the forest above have been the one fleeing here? Come to think of it, it didn't look so good when we met. At the time, I thought it was because of the battle with the Winter Walker, but perhaps it was chased by this creature. But for now, eating takes priority. I responded to her and resumed my predatory activity. By speeding up, I was able to completely devour the creature's head with exactly 10 seconds remaining. And then, predation effect activated. Successfully obtained the giant creature gene essence from the ice horror. Seizing the giant creature characteristic from the ice horror biological traits. The bone axe previously held can be integrated. The characteristics of giant creature and bone axe are merged, evolving into the bone beast characteristic. Bone beast inherits and strengthens the existing characteristics of the giant creature. Once a week, can transform into a very powerful bone beast for 60 minutes. Caution, cannot be used with manifestation of the hunt. Addendum, the exoskeleton is not exclusive to certain species. A new message has arrived. With the announcement of a new message, the famous trait Bone Beast, beloved by all Morph players, came into my hands. Jason, the Insufficient. He was a cultist with many nicknames. Respected as the High Priest of the Empire, the leader of Sublime's guardian upholding tradition, the hero of the rebellion who defended the capital from the onslaught of Outverse. It was a fitting title for him, ranked 10th. But recently, his compatriots added a letter to the front of his title. That letter was former. Due to a recent mistake, he fell from the object of admiration to a villain who shook the security of the Empire. In fact, he could endure that much. His body may be a cultist, but his mind is human. And humans make mistakes as they live. But what truly drove him insane was the presence itself that greatly contributed to his downfall. Ranked 5th, a morph. Whether in reality or in this world, a morph was the being Jason hated the most. The feud between Jason and a morph had been quite long. In reality, he had created characters several times because of him. The reason he actively hunted a morph's seeds in this world was because he had suffered a lot from a morph. Even though he knew his actions would hinder quest completion. Yet, the guy survived. No, he didn't just survive, he thoroughly humiliated Jason. The day he heard the news of the destruction of the Imperial flagship and the fleet, he realized. Unless a morph's head is stuffed and hung in the bedroom, he won't be able to sleep comfortably. So, unlike his colleagues, he decided to take matters into his own hands. High-tier equipment that could only be obtained by clearing late-game quests, loyal subordinates following him, and even a dedicated warship. He thoroughly prepared to the extent that even a mature Apex wouldn't pose much of a challenge. But that's not all. Akira Yujin also provided support with a sub-boss level creature, the Black Gagon. At this point, unless one deliberately ignores it, it would be strange to lose to a morph. Until he first set foot on the frigid star of ice, he was full of confidence that he would finally be able to kill a morph. However, that confidence shattered after encountering the Black Gagon introduced by Akira Yujin, Great Old Grodd. Damn it. When the hell is he going to show up? He's not someone an ordinary Gagon can defeat. Wearing dragon armor made from Gagon, Jason screamed inside the vast cave. He wasn't suddenly losing his mind and screaming alone. In front of him lay an enormous creature. A black Gagon lying on various sparkling minerals. He was the emperor of the dragons that inhabited this planet, the Great Old Grodd. The Great Old Grodd has spoken of an important endeavor. Old Grodd lazily replied as he ate the prey brought by young Galagons. Despite his calm and lazy demeanor, Jason was burning with rage but managed to suppress it. You stupid lizard kid. That white Galagon isn't an opponent that ordinary Galagons can defeat. Jason was shouting inside the cave, wearing dragon armor made from Galagons. When he arrived, the herd of Old Grodd was in a state of division. When Galagons mature and become adults, or black Galagons, they gain the right to challenge the leader of the herd. For a long time, he had been the only black Galagon in the Old Grodd herd, but there was a problem. The second-ranked white Gagon female began to aim for his position. It was unusual for such a thing to happen after becoming a black Gagon, as it was common for a new black Gagon to emerge after Old Grodd became the leader. Why are you hesitating when everything will be sorted out once you step forward? Old Grodd speaks. Traitors gather. Waiting. There were beings among the herd who questioned why adult Galagons weren't appearing. They thought that Old Grodd, the only black Gagon, had done something crafty and were rebelling. Old Grodd planned to eliminate the Galagons who rebelled against his rule during this opportunity. Pretending to take refuge in the cave was also an intention to deceive his enemies. But that's the Galagons' business. To Jason, who knew that an unprecedented danger as a 5th-ranked Amorph ranker was approaching, it looked like pathetic politics. When Amorph grows up, you're all done. You damn skink. As Jason cursed Old Grodd silently, a Galagon flew into the cave from outside. The Galagon with white scales folded its wings and bowed its head in front of Old Grodd. Ah, the great Old Grodd, have been informed. What does that mean? Old Grodd speaks insignificant beings. Desired young ones found. What? Is that true? Though he was called an insignificant being, Jason paid it no mind. Right now, catching an Amorph was more important. Old Grodd has an important endeavor. Prepare. Follow. He's not going to show up until the end, is he? With those words, Old Grodd raised his front paw, indicating that there was nothing more to say, so leave. It felt like a king gesturing to his subjects, and Jason gritted his teeth. He didn't like how arrogantly Akira Eugen's pet came out on the topic, but there was nothing he could do about it. If Jason wanted to, he could kill Old Grodd, but then he would have to fight all the Galagons here. If they fought, Jason's group would suffer immense losses. Next, Amorph will tear us apart. Thanks to his reckless behavior in the game, clan alliances were often destroyed. He had no intention of reenacting what happened in the game in real life, so he said no more and left the cave. Once the rebels were expelled, even that unfortunate black Galagon would have no choice but to help him. Since it was Akira's command, he also had an obligation to help Jason. But waiting for Old Grodd's help was running out of time. If Amorph was indeed here on this planet, then they were in a very dangerous situation right now. Hey, tell me the place you mentioned to that damn lizard. Understood. So, for now, he had to act alone. Jason headed to the camp with the white Galagon and his subordinates. I woke up lying in the nest, focusing on recovery. I haven't been sleeping well lately. It wasn't because of nightmares or unresolved worries like last time. It was because of the message I received after devouring the ice horror during the day. After unlocking Transcendence Level 2, a new system called Trait Enhancement was unlocked. At that time, even though it was unlocked, it wasn't activated, so I forgot about it, but it was activated today. I didn't think there would be such a system. As I tried to examine the Trait Enhancement system, movement was detected in my auxiliary organ. There were no other creatures in the nest besides us. I quickly linked to the nest to see what was moving. Number 26. It's the one who said it'd go to bed early. He consumed a lot of energy during the day. Thinking that his disrupted sleep pattern was because of going to bed early, his behavior was strange. Number 26 came out of the nest and disappeared beyond the passage. What's going on? He rarely acts alone. Unless it's an urgent combat situation, he always tells me what he's going to do or what he wants to do. But now, he sneaked out in the middle of the night, which was clearly suspicious behavior. I got up and cautiously followed him. He seemed completely unaware that I was following him. After he moved quite far from the nest, he suddenly stopped and began to take something out of his body. Eat this. PS 111. I deeply appreciate the dedication of the newly registered main controller. I couldn't stay hidden any longer at the sound of the voice in front of number 26. I hurriedly approached him. ZZZZZZZZZZZ. What's that? Well, this is, Number 26 hesitated uncommonly. I couldn't pay attention to that fact. The small object in front of him. It was strikingly similar to what I had seen not long ago. PS 111. Unknown life form detected. T was that of a human woman, with machine parts and tubes attached. It was a new type of screamer, with only the head remaining. Chapter 175. I quickly grabbed the screamer's head with my combat-ready hand. Then, I hugged number 26 tightly and crouched down. Big guy. Even though number 26 seemed puzzled by the English, I didn't respond. It was already too late to escape the blast radius. This was the only way to save number 26 from the explosion. Darn it. Thanks to my bone beast trait, my body's defense had increased dramatically, but not number 26's being a sea demon. It wouldn't die from the screamer's self-destruction, but fatal injuries were inevitable. Please, endure. I closed my eyes, bracing for the imminent baptism of flames. But minutes passed. Big guy, what's wrong? Are you mad? No agonizing pain engulfed my body, just the cold air within the ice corridor. I opened my eyes and checked the screamer. PS 111. Additional damage occurred due to external impact. Current damage report, 87%. Embedded in the ice wall, the screamer mechanically murmured, blood seeping white, showing no response. What happened? Only then did I realize something was off about this screamer. While under the control of machines, screamers operated based on biological principles. Only androids could survive with just their heads intact. It doesn't seem like an android. I focused on the auxiliary organs to examine its appearance closely. It seemed much more lifelike than an android. Androids conducting espionage mimic humans well, but it was unlikely for a screamer to have such capabilities. I'm frustrated. As I silently observed, number 26 slipped out of my embrace and darted outside. Then, upon seeing the screamer pinned to the wall, it emitted a bright glow. Ah! My friend's hurt. PS 111. Advising the main controller. Hostile organism detected. Please retreat. Number 26's body color, which had darkened with each distressing event, indicated his discomfort. I knew this well, having seen it turn closer to purple-pink every time I was severely injured. As number 26, with slightly darkened body color, pulled out tentacles and retrieved the pinned screamer from the wall. Are you okay, friend? Reporting to the main controller. Current recovery progress, 0.5%. As number 26 set the screamer down, 6 metallic legs resembling spider legs protruded from its neck area. At that sight, I couldn't help but think of extraterrestrial creatures from classic SF horror films set in Antarctic research bases. The eerie screamer head, with its metallic legs moving diligently, stood before number 26. Its appearance seemed as if it were protecting number 26. Friend. There is a 95% chance that hostile organisms pose a threat to the main controller. Disregard. Number 26 seemed confused about what to do between me and the screamer. How could this happen? Given the extraordinary circumstances, it was hard for me to understand too. Big guy, it looks like our friend is hurt. ZZZ, silence. Yeah. Perhaps my emotions seeped into the waves, as I unintentionally spoke coldly. Number 26 curled up like a child who had secretly brought home a puppy. Let's examine this carefully. Fortunately, the screamer didn't self-destruct, but that didn't mean the situation was okay. This was the first time number 26 had acted independently since meeting me, and it wasn't just play or feeding, it led to a major incident. I hid a danger from it. If the screamer had harmed number 26, it might not have been here. No, it might not have escaped serious injury, even to the point of death. Of course, I needed to reprimand it, but there were things to consider first. I looked at number 26 emitting a pink light in the darkness. Though he seemed to shrink at my apparent anger, he didn't immediately discard the screamer. In other words, it might have developed mercy. As an amorph, I inevitably had to take the lives of other creatures. It was the only way for me to evolve, the only way for me to survive. None of my colleagues were unaware of this point. Except for the Mother of the Sky, who had her goals. That is, to kill enemies and comfort the souls of her family. Anyway, since everyone understood my nature, I could come here, to the Gagon's nest, with them. Originally, I would have spent a long time gathering the traits necessary for apex hunting. But since my weaknesses were complemented by them, there was no need for that. But if number 26 started to value life here, it would greatly hinder my hunting activities. Especially if the one among us who handled psychic powers the best was absent, Gagon hunting would become extremely difficult. Moreover, the problem doesn't end here. Number 26's sudden actions might be evidence of its growth. In other words, this might happen again in the future. As it gets smarter, it'll inevitably clash with me more often. Not just number 26. Even Adha might become similar as she grows. Adha is younger than number 26, after all. I won't solve the problem by coming out oppressively from this position. I need collaborators to complement my weaknesses, not slaves. If I want to maintain a positive relationship with them in the future, I need to pay even more attention to it. You have to start things right. As a child's ego grows, they naturally want to break away from their parents' gaze. At such times, I know better than anyone that if there is a conflict with the parents, it will last a lifetime. Regardless of the circumstances, reprimanding number 26 is a given, but I need to choose my words carefully so that he can understand. After gathering my thoughts, I spoke to number 26. Do you know how dangerous that is? Is our friend in danger? If it explodes, we'll all get hurt. Really? More dangerous than a bang bang. Yes. Upon hearing that the screamer was more dangerous than a plasma launcher, number 26's body turned pale. It wasn't a lie. The self-destruct I witnessed seemed over 20 times more dangerous than a plasma launcher. Of course, I wouldn't die, but there was no need to mention that. I don't want the big guy to get hurt. Me neither. So please, trust me and help. Yeah. Seeing it trembling like it did when it was experimented on by megacorp researchers, I felt a sudden pang of guilt. But I steeled my heart. Where did you get it from? I saw it when I was eating a big bad one. It hurt a lot, so. Come to think of it, we talked about the mother of the sky and the screamer during the day. While rummaging through bodies to eat their hearts, she found scraps of screamers in her organs. Based on the debris collected, ice horrors had consumed at least 10 screamers. According to the mother of the sky, judging by the broken traces, it seemed like they were eaten or ambushed by ice horrors before they could self-destruct. It had the same composition as the screamers that were hunting winter walkers. That's why we concluded that Starunion was conducting secret screamer development experiments on this planet. They were probably pitted against powerful predators like ice horrors or winter walkers to test their combat effectiveness. One more thing. Yeah. Why did you save it? That's. It hesitated without answering my question. It would be very difficult if it said it did it out of pity. Let's not be anxious. Coming out oppressively would only backfire. I waited patiently. After a moment of silence, it sent me cautious waves. I've smelled kinship since the first time I saw it. Kinship. Yeah. I brought it to prevent it from hurting, because my friend said it hurt. Come to think of it, when I was hiding, number 26 had handed something to the screamer, instructing it to eat. Shall we try again? Upon hearing my waves, number 26 pulled out its tentacles. Violet threads like those used in its restraint technique emerged from the tentacles, piercing the metal holes on the screamer's back of the head. At that moment, the screamer's eyes rolled back and mechanical sounds emanated from its mouth. PS 111. Confirming an increase in power recharge rate from 5% to 6%. Beating the sick makes them feel better. Seeing that, I roughly understood the situation. Bubble amoeba or sea demon genes must have been incorporated. With that in mind, I could understand the screamer's characteristic of being able to survive even with just its head. The two organisms resembling slimes can manipulate and shrink important organs like the brain as they please. Thanks to this feature, sea demons can survive even with just 1/1000th of their body. Only the necessary organs were shrunk and placed inside the face. If this screamer had genes from a bubble amoeba or sea demon, it wouldn't be impossible. This also explains why number 26, with a completely different communication system, can communicate with the screamer. Power recharge rate at 10%. Will be utilized for biological function enhancement. When he spoke, I felt a very faint flow of waves. Perhaps to number 26, it sounded much more indistinct than what Adha would say. Considering that number 26, a fellow who was in a lot of pain and couldn't speak properly, would have felt much more pity for the screamer. It's deeply empathetic. It's a much better situation than I feared, but there are still problems. The same thing might happen again when encountering new screamer types with bubble amoeba or sea demon genes. Number 26, understanding the meaning of my words, puffed up in surprise. Looking at his white body, it seemed unlikely that it would make another impromptu move. That should be fine. As a finishing touch, I sent a warning wave. I have a responsibility to protect my family. You'll understand my intentions too. Yeah, I understand. When you see a new friend, let me know. Got it. I got it. Seeing the dejected number 26, I felt uneasy, but it couldn't be helped. It's never good to have such surprises while fighting dozens or hundreds of screamers. Having concluded my warning to number 26, I turned to the screamer glaring at me. Now, how do we deal with this next? I picked up the screamer's head with my fingers. Moments ago, it had metal legs attached to its face, but now its appearance had changed. Tentacles and protrusions that hadn't been visible before were now sticking out around its cheeks and jaw. Furthermore, the broken tubes had flesh protruding from them, transforming into a semi-organic form. Is it a self-recovery function? The one who just absorbed the psychic power from number 26 was likely using the energy to regenerate his body. Threat detected from hostile organism. Initiating counterattack. Hey. Big guy. He's one of my kind. Don't hurt him. As the entity transformed into an even more grotesque form and resisted by poking my fingers with its metallic legs, number 26 intervened. Main controller's command confirmed. Ceasing counterattack. The screamer immediately halted its resistance upon number 26's words. It seemed to recognize number 26 as its superior, possibly due to shared genetic material. Hey, buddy. You should listen to the big guy. Got it. Reclassifying hostile organism. Reclassification to sub-controller status complete. Access to the internal database granted. With the adjustments made, the screamer folded its metallic legs and calmly looked up at me. Pleased to meet you, sub-controller. Ow. May I assist you? Originally, my plan was to scold number 26 and then devour the screamer. However, witnessing the creature obediently pleading to number 26 altered my thoughts slightly. I could extract some information. I activated one of the functions of my mimicry organ, the voice imitation feature. Who are you? My code name is PS-111. I am a PS-grade intermediate terminal model commanding lower-grade screamers on behalf of the main controller. The head-only screamer, PS-111, served as a sort of field commander. Surprising. Screamers usually don't have commanders, right? That was the case until the old model. The previous main controller, Pura 11, identified the limitations of that model and, under the approval of the Supreme Controller, began development of a new model called the Mutant Screamer. Limitations, you say? The vulnerable durability of organic entities synchronized with screamer machines, low resistance to psychic power, and lack of tactical thinking. The 3 points he mentioned were persistent weaknesses of screamers. It was a system-constrained issue, but this is reality. Using Hulk mutants as material could drastically enhance the performance of non-mechanical components. Additionally, bestowing psychic power abilities was a bonus. The issue lies in tactical thinking, but it's not incomprehensible. Free thinking and action are not permitted for screamer units resembling punitive units. Therefore, the approach of selectively integrating higher-grade entities to assist was chosen. Indeed. So, you're a commander-grade mutant screamer. That's correct. Pura 11. You said. Why was the main controller changed? Internal data damage caused by an attack from the 7th grade hazard creature Ice Horror led to system initialization. The new main controller registered at that time is the 8th grade Sea Demon. Hearing that, I had a hunch. The psychic drill fired by number 26. When that immensely powerful psychic attack tore apart the internals of the Ice Horror, he likely received the aftermath. I asked again. Let's move on to the next question. Explain the genes in your body. What organisms do they belong to, and who manipulated them? The genes applied to my body. PS-111 listed the biological information contained within his body meticulously. As expected, there was a small amount of Sea Demon genes included. Cold-blooded genes are unexpected. The screamer I met last time and this one both had a significant proportion of cold-blooded genes. While it's true that beneficial traits can be obtained from cold-blooded organisms, they aren't overwhelmingly powerful. There's no need to include them in Hulk mutant materials for screamers. Is there something I don't know? While pondering internally, the screamer's speech continued. 5 types of genes have been injected into my body. Genetic manipulation was handled by research supervisor Chloe Garamilda and senior researcher Li Zhao. Wait. Garamilda and Zhao. Are they from the Megacorp families? Yes. Both researchers are affiliated with Noble Capital and Prime Capital within Megacorp. Upon hearing his words, I realized that my conjecture was correct. The overlords of Star Union, Garamilda of Megacorp's Noble Capital, and Zhao of Prime Capital. They are individuals who could be considered the leaders of Megacorp and Star Union, respectively. It's a situation where the leaders of warring factions are colluding. Most likely a player. I looked down at PS-111 lying in my palm. I've obtained almost all the information I can from him, and only the most important question remains. Depending on his answer, I'll decide his fate. Is there a possibility that the main controller, Pura 11, could seize control? It's impossible until the system is reset to unlock the firewall. Can other intermediate terminals change the main controller like you? If this is possible, I can leverage screamers made by enemies. It would be helpful in hunting Galagons and would provide significant power when fighting players in the future. However, PS-111's response dashed my expectations. Control changes due to damage are no longer possible. Why is that? Before I broke free from Pura 11's control, I reported the possibility of this error. By now, the vulnerable part of the control should have been fixed. This means that it's impossible for number 26 to take control of another screamer like PS-111. In that case, is it advantageous to devour him? As if sensing my thoughts, the entity on my palm added further remarks. However, I can access the circuits used by lower-grade entities, S models. Does that mean you can spy on other screamers' operations? Not only spying, but limited control over S models is also possible. Limited control. You can physically contact the screamer machine to seize control. The screamer machine refers to the scorpion or spider-shaped mechanical device that encases the biological material used to create screamers. True to their nickname as Star Union's punitive force, all bodily activities of screamers are controlled by the screamer machine. Chapter 176. Awakened Adha and the Mother of the Sky, with only their heads remaining, stared blankly at the screamer, PS-111. Look, everyone. My new friend. Pleased to meet you, wild creatures. I am PS-111. I serve as the main controller, Sea Demon, and the sub-controller, Unidentified Hostile Organism. Please take care of me. Don't call me Unidentified Hostile Organism, just call me AMO for short. Confirmed. Changing the code name of the sub-controller. Perched atop number 26, the Mother of the Sky, seeing the human woman introducing herself, opened her mouth in astonishment. Her gaze wavered and then turned toward me. It was a look asking if what she thought was correct. Yes, what you're thinking is correct. While the eagle-faced Mother of the Sky was surprised, Adha kept nodding as if something was odd. Adult. Me. Question. ZZZZZZZ, what happened? That. Speech. Strange. Adha immediately noticed that the wavelengths emitted by PS-111 were awkward. ZZZZZZZZZZZZ, because it is injured. Injured? ZZZ, probably. I don't know what PS-111 originally looked like. The screamer I hunted was a lower model, the S model, so it probably looks different from its original form. Whatever it was, if only the head remains, it should be considered fatal. Of course, PS-111 is unlikely to feel pain due to injuries. Thanks to its Sea Demon genes, it can relocate vital organs. From the outside, it may seem like only the head remains, but inside, there are the brain and basic digestive organs. However, explaining this to Adha would be too complicated, so I decided to skip it. That. Injury. Serious. Pity. Since you're older, please help it more. Me. Older. Though I didn't ask directly, it's highly probable. In the game setting, screamers don't live more than a year. PS-111 is a new model screamer, but even so, the likelihood of a long lifespan is low. At best, it wouldn't have lasted more than a few years. Anyway, having heard my words, Adha, whether it was fascinating to see a younger organism than herself or not, ran eagerly toward number 26 and PS-111. Based on the external analysis of the wildlife, green Galagon matches 78%. Little one, befriend your friend. Sick child. Pity. Help. Friends should also get along with little ones. Got it. In accordance with the main controller's command, reclassify the grade of green Galagon, 78% to sub-controller 2 little one. Please take care of me. Little one. Sick child. Speech. Strange. Me. Education. Possible. Yeah. Little one is nice. Thank you for little one support. The sight of 3 monsters brimming with personality chatting amicably with each other was quite intriguing. Especially Adha, who seemed quite different from her usual self when with the Mother of the Sky. She was showing a warm attitude towards PS-111. Is she feeling a sense of responsibility for seeing a younger creature than herself? Or perhaps she's judging based on similar physical defects to hers. As I watched the creatures getting along well, the Mother of the Sky called me over. What's going on? Taming a screamer, was that even possible? ZZZZZZZZ, I didn't do it. She seemed puzzled by the existence of friendly screamers. It wasn't unreasonable for her reaction since they always appeared as enemies in the game. I would have likely thought similarly if I hadn't seen it myself. I summarized the recent events for her. Did number 26 say that it's a new mutant screamer, and it took over its control? ZZZ, yes. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZz. Someone seems to be compensating for the screamer's weaknesses. Agreeing with my inference, she sighed. Chloe Garamilda, perhaps. I have a rough idea who it might be. Probably 12th. Among the Megacorp rankers, there's a player who focuses on weapon development. They used to supply weapons to players hostile to us as a specialist in rare equipment crafting. Last time, Muriel mentioned 2 sponsors. One named Jason, a cult player, and the other was unknown, right? ZZZZZZZZZ, that's right. You speculated that the unknown might be from the Garamilda faction. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, are you saying they're the same person? She nodded. If it's a ranker with expertise in equipment crafting, there are only 2. Since the first has already died, the remaining one is only 12th. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, I heard the 12th is a man, though. In the game, you can choose your gender. We can't be sure if it's true. True. It's a valid point. Just because it's like that in the game doesn't mean it's the same here. I need to be careful. It's been over 6 months since I arrived in this world, but sometimes I still rely on game logic. Keep all possibilities open. Stay vigilant. With that resolve, I continued my conversation with the Mother of the Sky. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZz. If there's a connection between the one helping Muriel and the screamer developer, that one becomes even more important. We'll have to investigate further to see if that's really the case. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. If it was the former main controller of PS-111, Pura 11, they might know something more. Capturing Pura 11, the former main controller of PS-111, might yield more information. If it's just the timing that's the issue. Whether to capture and tame the Black Gagon, or to do it beforehand, is a dilemma. If the new model screamers have a connection with players, then their commander, Pura 11, would likely be the same. He could observe our fight with the Black Gagon and transmit that information to the players. But it's not easy to go after the screamers first either. Normally, launching a preemptive strike on Pura 11 would have been advantageous, but the situation isn't good. We've already confirmed that the Galagons are acting abnormally. If we rashly go after the screamers and get caught by the Galagon herd, there's a risk of forming a double front. Based on the combat capabilities of the screamers we've encountered so far and the information provided by PS-111, it's evident that they are formidable foes. They may be weaker than the Black Galagon, but they're still not easy opponents. Fighting both of those enemies simultaneously would be suicide. Should I go for the fishing village? No, there's still too little information. This part, I think I should decide after extracting more information about Pura 11 from PS-111. Let's finish preparing for the Apex hunt until we're certain. Capturing predators on this planet and obtaining useful traits from them will ensure smooth combat against whoever we face. Additionally, unlocking the Mother of the Sky's Wendigo transformation ability. As I organized my thoughts internally, number 26 and PS-111 approached us. Main controller, I have a question. What species are the wild animals next to you? Wild animals. Galagon-like psychic powers detected. Presumed to be highly intelligent beings. Friend. This one's a middle baby. Information uncertain. No results found for the creature named middle baby. While the mother of the sky, treated like a wild animal, looked bewildered, I briefly explained her to PS 111. She's a wolf elevated to divine status, so she has transformation abilities. Is this a mutant wolf with manifesting deviant traits? Updating internal database. The middle one is a great one who handles bad guys well. Get along. Reclassifying to Sub-Controller 3 Middle One. Nice to meet you, Middle One. Why yeah. The surreal situation of the monsters and synthetics conversing, facilitated by Sea Demon, seemed bewildering to the mother of the sky. Ignoring her attitude, the one creature and one synthetic who had finished their casual introductions headed towards Adha. A special metal device has been detected from the little one. Don't touch that. It's brought by the big one. Adult. Friend. Both. Available. Sick child. Confirmed. Desire. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ The three monsters, huddled together, started chattering with signals and mental waves. Seeing them seemingly getting along caught the mother of the sky off guard. You, surprisingly, are good at collecting monsters. ZZZ, yeah. I thought I was used to this kind of thing. If another player saw this combination, they'd go crazy. She murmured softly, but I didn't bother replying. The three of us who had been talking for about an hour fell asleep again. The mother of the sky, perhaps exhausted from consecutive battles since morning, quickly dozed off too. The only beings awake in the nest were me and the headless screamer, PS 111. It swam through the swamp that surrounded the nest and approached me. Amorph. Aren't you going to sleep? I have things to think about. Earlier, I had tried to look into the newly opened trait enhancement system before bed. Since number 26 had slipped out of the nest without my knowledge, I decided to check it out now. After sending PS 111 away, as I tried to display a translucent text box, it floated in front of me. Do you have something to say? Yes. According to the information obtained from the middle one, this 70L grade tactical backpack belongs to a morph. Is that correct? It pointed with its small metal leg to the backpack containing the equipment I secured from Muriel. Inside the bag that Adha usually carries on his back are the Divine Spectre and 8 Blood Rivers, the only grade weapons of the Star Union. The Devourer's amorphous polyhedron obtained by killing players and devouring unique grade equipment has the effect of converting them into unique traits. Thanks to this, I currently possess the trait Scepter of the Gods after absorbing the cult's orbital weapon, the Brain God. Since the Divine Spectre and Blood Rivers could also be used for consumption, I carry them around. That's mine indeed. Why do you ask? I need 3 Blood Rivers metal mechanical devices inside. If you absorb those devices, you can expect a significant increase in combat power. Absorb. Entities above mid-terminals are granted extensive self-recovery authorization to respond to concentrated attacks from enemies. Therefore, when the necessary materials are secured, they can be used for recovery. Listening to its words, I remembered the screamer that killed the Winter Walker on the ground. It tried to replenish its needed energy by eating the corpse. Is it possible to consume equipment, not just meat or psychic powers? PS 111 seems to be able to consume metal, weapons, equipment, and so on, similar to me. Perhaps its superior, Pure 11, also possesses the same ability. Why bring up such important information now? According to the information obtained from the main controller Sea Demon and the middle one, this location is not safe. To protect the main controller, combat functions need to be restored as soon as possible. I glanced sharply at PS 111. It didn't seem like it intentionally omitted important information when I looked at it. Even if it wanted to hide it, it wouldn't have brought it up now. It didn't seem like it was lying, but I couldn't just hand over the Blood Rivers. With no idea how powerful it would become after absorbing the powerful unique grade equipment, and with only 8 Blood Rivers in my possession. 3 of them would be practically half. Since I have to use them in the fight against the Black Gagon, I need to make a careful decision. As I pondered what to do, I felt a very faint vibration from the auxiliary organ under my chin. What was that just now? A vibration coming from a place quite far from here. It felt different from an earthquake. With a bad feeling, I flipped over and linked the auxiliary device to the nest. My senses spread from the surface of the swamp under the nest to the entire underground space. Cold walls of ice, chilly air flowing through the passages, and pits formed by the clash between me and the ice horror. As my senses, monitoring the vast underground space beneath the ice plains, licked it like a tongue, I caught another vibration. With a thud, the ice and rock piles blocking the passage disappeared in an instant. And there, followed by the flow of psychic powers and the lingering scent of metal weapons. Realizing what this meant, I sprang to my feet. Enemies. Multiple psychic power users had entered this underground space. Chapter 177. Could it be Gagon? I sensed a faint psychic power emanating from the intruder. However, if it was Gagon, they wouldn't move this quietly. To investigate further, I lay back down on the nest. Confirming that the sub-device under my chin was linked to the nest, I focused my senses on a specific point. Leveraging all my physical senses, I poured them into the source of the vibration. Sound, smell, the flow of special energy. Thanks to the nest and its various features, my enhanced sub-device absorbed these three elements. The refined information sent by the sub-device was quickly interpreted by my brain. A refined footprint. Military. Metallic scent. Slightly different. Tools made of some special alloy mixed with metals. And concealed psychic power. Putting it all together, there was only one answer. Cult Regular Army, Vanguard Division. Though the distance made it uncertain, they seemed to be skilled individuals. Judging from their equipment and movements alone, they surpassed the mock combat unit we encountered at the cult sanctuary last time. Guardians of the temple, or perhaps the Eye of Providence priests. Moreover, the one leading them. The one who extracts psychic power when destroying obstacles blocking the passage. An extraordinary individual. Initially, I thought they were using psychic power tools to clear the blocked passage, but upon closer inspection, that wasn't the case. They were concealing their psychic power, only exerting it briefly when necessary. The most proficient in psychic power among those I've seen. Among the beings I've encountered so far, there are only two who handle psychic power the best, Number 26 and Code Black, the shadow of Eugen who fought in the Teen Special Trade Hub. But that being alone surpasses both of them easily. At that level, they're almost Black Gagon tier. Cult elite troops that include formidable individuals enough to raise my vigilance. As they gathered and split into three groups at the crossroads, there was no room for relief. All three groups were heading towards the nest. They're looking for us. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother breaking through blocked ice passages to move. What is happening? PS 111 asked me, perhaps sensing my changed demeanor. There are cult intruders. They seem to be coming this way based on the direction. I don't detect anything, but if what you're saying is true, they're probably a cult group entrenched in Black Gagon's territory. Eugene. What? That cult group arrived on this planet 29 days ago. Currently, their camp is within Gagon's territory. Hearing that, I felt my heart sink. To a Gagon, their territory is a kind of hunting ground. It's not only about hunting prey but also where adults provide hunting education to hatchlings, so it's crucial. Allowing cultists entry into such an important place implies collusion between Gagon and that cult group. An unidentified cult powerhouse, and a Black Gagon, who holds a high position even among the apex. Fighting against both simultaneously would result in defeat given my current condition. Could it be that Black Gagon sent the cultists here? It could be, or it might not be. What does that mean? Upon my inquiry about the vague response, the individual began to explain in detail. According to reports from other intermediary terminals, the Gagon group is currently in a state of division. Division? Wait, could it be a leadership succession? Yes. The second-ranked White Gagon is challenging the Black Gagon. The White Gagon is challenging. That's odd. Unless it has evolved into a Black Gagon, it could never win. The power difference between White and Black Galagons is like heaven and earth. The Black Gagon is so powerful that it can easily kill 5 White Galagons rushing at it simultaneously. Other Galagons also know this gap. So until the White Gagon evolves into a Black Gagon, they would never follow it. That would be the case normally, but the White Gagon is leading multiple Gagon groups and continuing the challenge. Let's skip over that for now. What's the connection between the succession battle and the cult group? The second-ranked group is hostile towards the cult group. Galagons supporting the challenger have also been observed attacking the cult. I see. Listening to their words, I think I understand the situation. Although it's a confusing situation, it seems the intruders and the Black Gagon have an ambiguous relationship. So the Black Gagon isn't aiding the cult. They're just together for some reason, not as closely connected as one might think. That's correct. The cult groups also haven't taken action supporting the Black Gagon. However, even with that said, we cannot be certain. Now that we're exposed, the fact that we're in a dangerous situation doesn't change. After disconnecting from the nest link, I woke everyone who was sleeping. I explained the situation to them, looking tired. Cult warriors. Why are they here? Reason unknown. If a black Gagon tier adversary is involved, it won't be easy to handle. We need to get out of here. The Mother of the Sky, after hearing the situation, suggested leaving the nest. Her words, indicating caution, suggested that the cult was more than just priests, and the exceptional cult warriors who accompanied them numbered in the tens. So, they likely meant to retreat first and assess the situation before fighting. Bellow. Smell. Similar. Danger. Very. Danger. Adha, sensing the gradually approaching psychic powers, agreed with the Mother of the Sky's suggestion. The sight of his four-horned head twitching looked quite anxious. PS 111. Do you have any information about the cult group's capabilities? It was handled by other intermediary terminals, so I have limited information. Based on the insufficient data, it's presumed to be a psychic power user surpassing the cult empire's priests. Therefore, I recommend fleeing. PS 111. Floating head and all, also opted for escape. We have to teach those bastards who endanger families a lesson. Only number 26 had a different opinion, suggesting not to flee but to stand and fight. He's someone with a strong sense of responsibility to protect his family. He'll likely sacrifice himself to protect those here. Each of them looked at me after expressing their opinions. It implied a silent agreement to follow the decision I made. What should we do? Even though there are many suggestions for fleeing, I can't make a rash decision. They're tracking our position from a long distance away, even underground. Seeing that, it's clear they have some means of tracking us. Even if we flee to a different location, it won't help. It's not safe to run away until we remove their tracking means or hinder their movement. What if they plan to drive us into a trap? Then we'd be walking right into the enemy's trap. Besides that, there's another issue. Adha and the Mother of the Sky are vulnerable to the cold. If they go out on the surface and get caught in another snowstorm, their combat abilities will undoubtedly decrease. On the other hand, fighting them here has its pros and cons. The advantage is that since I've built the nest, I can fully utilize its characteristics in battle. Just like when I fought with Muriel, I can fight with the support of the nest. Furthermore, the others are familiar with the geography around here, so they won't be greatly hindered in combat. Plus, the pitch-black darkness down here is a bonus. But there are disadvantages too. Firstly, it's difficult for me to use my Bone Beast and King of Monsters transformation abilities in underground spaces. Unless it's a very spacious cavern like where I fought the ice horror, my movements will be significantly restricted. And because of the confrontation with them, the ice ceiling is in an unstable state. If we receive more shocks here, this frozen plane above could collapse entirely. In my transformed state, I could withstand a collapse of an ice ceiling several hundred meters thick, but the others couldn't. No, wait. Suddenly, a good idea came to mind. After quickly brainstorming and planning, I finally made a decision. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, let's capture them here. Are you sure about this? The Mother of the Sky's telepathic message was filled with deep concern. She also knows that this situation is dire, so it's natural for her to worry. After meeting everyone's gaze once, I quickly explained the plan I had just formulated. Wow. Hunting with the big guy after a long time. It's gonna be fun. Agreed. Exciting. That devilish personality of yours hasn't changed. It's an interesting plan, but it's not without significant risks. We need ways to increase the chances of success. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, I have something to say about that. Follow me. I grabbed PS 111 by the finger. Then, after picking up the backpack with weapons, I stepped out of the nest. You mentioned earlier that you want a blood river feeder, right? Yes. With 3, I can restore and enhance combat functions. I took out one inactive blood river feeder from the backpack. I find it hard to trust you completely. And this blood river feeder is something I need too. But one is not enough. To create a body that reflects the characteristics of the blood river feeder, a large amount of organic resources is needed. Can't those resources be provided by living organisms? I don't understand what you mean. Instead of answering, I activated the tooth fairy nest. Small, carnivorous fleas crawled out from the holes around my waist and between the plates on my back. I'll provide the resources needed for bodily transformation. An incredibly efficient energy supply solution. PS-111 exclaimed in admiration. I handed PS-111 the blood river feeder. Its mouth widened like that of a joyless person. Thin tubes protruding from its mouth wrapped around the blood river feeder before pulling it inward. Chirp. Blood river, absorption complete. Chirp. Organic matter for body reconstruction. Chirp. Absorption initiated. Chirp. The body of PS-111, which had preyed upon blood river and tooth fairies, contorted. Watching it transform into a much more grotesque form than before, I smiled. A series of groups were moving within the icy structure filled with cold air. Despite the extremely low temperature, they were only wearing bodysuits covered in scales. The reason they only wore lightweight armor in such a harsh environment was that they were psychokinesis power users of high caliber. If there were anyone sensitive to psychokinetic powers around, they would notice a faint violet aura surrounding their entire bodies. Ivory-colored bodysuits, various horns protruding from the temples. The identities of those walking through the frozen underground passages were the temple guardians of the cult empire. Even within the cult empire, only proven skilled warriors could join the temple guardians. Their role was to bolster the factors or eliminate threats to the empire's security. Besides the temple guardians, the only group with military might surpassing them was the Eyes of Prophecy, a subsidiary organization of the Prophet's Council. They were formidable opponents, to say the least. Probably within the top 5 most dangerous adversaries the temple guardians had ever faced. But all the cultists present were prepared to fight to the death. Alia, does Jason distrust us? Idle chatter during the mission is forbidden. When the leader with yak horns, Alia, pointed this out in a cold voice, her subordinates fell silent. While it wasn't the attitude to adopt during a mission, Alia didn't bother to mention it. She harbored considerable dissatisfaction with the situation herself, knowing that the 3 devils are dangerous, but since arriving in the underground with guidance from Gagon, Jason had been visibly tense to a degree she hadn't seen before. Even she, his exclusive bodyguard and lover, had never seen Jason like this before. That demeanor didn't sit well with the temple guardians. It seemed as if they felt Jason was doubting their abilities. The temple guardians were a group that hunted monsters that posed a threat to the empire. Given the hundreds, even thousands, of monsters they've captured, they could be considered experts in monster hunting. Of course, their foes were the toughest of the tough, having destroyed empire fortresses and vanguard detachments. They were probably among the top 5 most dangerous adversaries the temple guardians had ever faced. But every cultist present was ready to fight to the death. Jason couldn't possibly be unaware of that fact. Not only that, but her lover had made an incomprehensible request to the temple guardians. Should he seem likely to lose the fight, commit suicide. He seemed to have no doubt whatsoever that the temple guardians would lose against the creature. On top of that, he even instructed them on specific suicide methods. He insisted that if they were to die fighting the creature, they must never leave even a trace of their heads behind. He even went as far as to tell them to concentrate their psychokinetic powers in their brains and detonate them if they felt like they were going to die. Why on earth? In cult society, suicide is generally taboo unless it's for a specific purpose of self-sacrifice. Taking one's life for trivial reasons is seen as a rebellion against the great principle. I asked separately via telepathy, but he didn't explain. He would simply tell them to commit suicide since they wouldn't understand anyway. When the most honorable priest in the empire behaves like that, it's only natural for the esteemed temple guardians to lose morale. Even though they were divided into 3 groups of 12 each due to the fork in the road, the dissatisfaction among the members didn't easily dissipate. Though Alia warned briefly, the members still harbored animosity toward Jason's rude behavior. Alia. Movement detected ahead. At that moment, the scout shouted loudly. Upon this, Alia and the 12 guardians drew their weapons. Silent but swift in their strides, they were conversing incessantly in the mental realm connected through telepathic links. Jaxtal, Nezian will take care of the ceiling. We might be ambushed from above. Starbrin, Vylon will cover the front, while I and Brents will take the rear. Theron, something is disrupting the telepathic link. Check it out. Got it. While regular warriors could use telepathic links, they relied on helmets designed to amplify psychokinetic powers for this purpose. However, the temple guardians were trained to communicate with each other without any special tools. This was to avoid exposing vulnerabilities during combat. With flawless coordination, they entered a significantly large chamber. Apart from the fact that there were 4 paths leading out, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Which way should we go? We can't determine the shape of the underground chambers due to interference. Looks like the enemy is nearby. Everyone, stay alert. With weapons at the ready, they proceeded cautiously, scanning their surroundings. As they crossed the chamber and approached the intersection of the four paths, Alia sensed something amiss. It felt qualitatively different from before. She looked around, but besides the ice and rocks turned black by the darkness, there were no other notable features. However, as a seasoned warrior, Alia pondered why she felt that way. And soon enough, she arrived at an answer. A smell. There was a different scent in this chamber compared to the ice corridors they had traversed thus far. It indicated that something unknown was mixed in the air. Realizing this fact, Alia urgently sent a telepathic command. Activate Dragon Scale Armor. Just as Alia was about to give the command, dozens of movements were detected around the ground where they stood. And from beneath the ground, creatures the size of cultists' faces suddenly emerged. It's an ambush. Everyone, respond. The members immediately counterattacked towards the flying small creatures. Spears and longswords struck the creatures as arrows and bullets pierced through their heads. In the blink of an eye, dozens of creatures were swiftly dealt with by their lightning-fast response. What are these? Jason said they're offspring of the three-headed demons. Upon hearing this, one of the guardians picked up a creature's corpse. The creature resembled a cockroach with a black carapace, with human-like teeth protruding densely around its face. Utterly dreadful appearance. As he was about to curse, he stopped speaking. He had seen something behind him through the shared soul-link vision. Beside his shoulder. Kick. In the place where there should have been only deep darkness, there was a face as white as snow. Watch out. Resembling a human woman's face, it opened its mouth wide like a snake. Inside its bright red mouth were hundreds, if not thousands, of teeth densely packed. Then, the sound of bones crunching in his ear. That was his final memory. Brent is down. Initiate counterattack. The creature, with a giant bug-like body attached to the head of a human woman, began biting Brent's head and started to flee. With eerie movements, crawling on multiple legs, it disappeared into one of the four corridors. Kick. Beyond the dim corridor, only the mocking laughter of the creature echoed ominously. Damn it. We're going after it. Clear the area. Alia. Bylan is nowhere to be seen. What? Upon hearing this, Alia hastily checked the soul link. It was as the member said. One of the remaining 11 soul links was moving abnormally fast. While Brent was under attack, Bylan, who was guarding the front, had been kidnapped. No way. The three-headed demon they were targeting. One of the demon's associates was among them. In this frozen labyrinth, they were not alone. Chapter 178. Just now, what was that? There wasn't just one demon with three heads, was there? In a short time, two people fell victim to unidentified enemies. Since they were prepared to target only one of the three-headed demons, there was no avoiding the shock. You stored information about that creature, didn't you? One member nodded silently in response to Alia's telepathy. Rather than fighting cults or regular forces of other factions, the Temple Guardians primarily fought against monstrous beings larger than them, or wicked entities like the followers of the Vortex Order. It was common for them to fight beings from other dimensions without leaving behind corpses or traces when they died. Therefore, members of the Temple Guardians are trained in special psychic power techniques. One of these techniques is called memory storage technique, similar to the ability of memory transference. It involves digitizing memories that are perceived or felt, akin to the ability of memory transference. Even if someone is ambushed, if a fellow member trained in memory storage technique records it and communicates it to other members, the same situation can be prevented from recurring. Everyone, stand by. I will transmit the stored memories. While other members maintained vigilance, a member trained in memory storage technique sent the image of what happened to Brent to Alia. In front of Alia, who received the memory information through the telepathic link, the recent events unfolded like a video. Brent's picking up the corpse of a baby monster from the ground. Between his legs, something vague could be seen amidst the mist. It appeared to be a woman's face, as if a drop of white paint had fallen on black paper. However, it wasn't the typical appearance of a human that she knew. The pupils and sclera were all black without distinction, and the lips were as red as if soaked in blood. Except for the eyes, it was clearly a beautiful face, but Alia felt only creepiness and discomfort. Though it resembled a human in appearance up to the head, it was not so below the neck. It was similar in form to a spider. Of course, this was a metaphor. In reality, it was a truly horrific sight. She, or rather it, seemed to have been hiding beneath the ice floor, low to the ground. It had waited in ambush until the members were off guard. The pale face of the monster emerging from the ground quickly reached behind Brent's ear. Brent is still unaware of the creature's presence. And the monster opened its blood-red mouth. Its jaw split open, stretching wider than the length of its own face. Inside were triangular teeth resembling saw blades, densely packed. The creature with the grotesque mouth clamped down on Brent's neck. Blood gushed out, and his neck was severed very easily. The creature held Brent's severed neck and quickly retreated. It was only then that the members, belatedly aiming their weapons, were seen. Amidst the frantic movements of the user of the memory storage technique, Alia noticed something. Bylan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Amidst the distraction caused by the spider monster killing Brent, another monster must have abducted Bylan. Then, the spider monster disappeared into the darkness of the corridor, blocking attacks from the members, along with Brent's severed neck. The video ended there. Alia, experiencing a headache brought on by the side effects of accessing the information stored in the memory storage technique, pondered. Those who just attacked are definitely not to be underestimated. The appearance of the two monsters was clearly coordinated. While the baby monsters drew attention, the one with a human head quietly lurked, waiting for the moment when they let their guard down. Another one waited, seizing the moment when the members' attention shifted elsewhere. In other words, the intelligence of the monsters the temple guardians faced was quite high. Their exceptional physical abilities were just a bonus. These fragments came off the creature during the attack. This is. The tissue brought by the member was so bizarrely fused with black flesh onto what seemed like metal shards. A fusion of metal and organic matter. Not many entities have the capability to create such items. Starunion. Before coming here, she had heard rumors that the three-headed demon might be related to the Starunion. The three-headed demon was said to be a new biological weapon created by the Starunion, which escaped from their control during experiments and infiltrated the territory of the cult empire. Recently, there had even been armed conflicts between the Empire and the Starunion attributed to the three-headed demon. No, that's an exaggeration. Alia shook her head, dismissing the fantasies in her mind. Let's think about its identity after we capture it. After sharing the information created through memory storage technique with the members, Alia reported to Jason via telepathy. Brent and Bylan died because of it. Brent fell in battle, and Bylan was captured by it while moving. We should track her down now. No, tracking is prohibited. Bylan's fate is sealed anyway. You might just end up annihilated if you follow. Return here. Excuse me. Just knowing that it's not alone is a huge gain. So come back. Bylan was still connected via soul link. They couldn't just abandon her, waiting for the rescue from other members. She's our comrade. We can't just leave her knowing she's still alive. I don't want to lose you, Alia. What on earth is it? Doesn't the high priest know? Why won't he tell us? Jason fell silent under Alia's intense telepathy. The turmoil of his lover's mind was transmitted to her clearly. Well, I thought she might break if I talked, but whatever. Just back off after hearing this. After confirming the telepathy sent by him, Alia could only be astonished. Hey big baby, our friends here. You did well. How's your body? Kirik, compared to the previous model, has much more organic movement possible, Kirik, but durability is low. That part seems like it needs to be supplemented by ingesting metal. Blood liver, Kirik, if you give me more, it's possible. No. I rejected PS-111's request outright. There were only 7 left, having already consumed 1. Even if blood liver was the only top-grade equipment that could be mass-produced, it wasn't something you could find just anywhere. It would be even harder to obtain more until we conquered the core planets of the Starunion. We need to conserve them since there are many formidable enemies on this planet. It's only been 2 days since I arrived here, and already encountering an Apex, a black Gagon-class skilled cult, was a situation I faced. No matter how numerous the cards are, they're insufficient. Request persuasion to the main controller for a morph. If Big One says no, then it's a no. Even the attempt to ask number 26 for a favor was thwarted. PS 111 hung its head low. Still, gaining a useful ally is a profit. I looked at the disappointed creature. PS 111's appearance had changed a lot since our first encounter. The human woman's face with white skin remained the same, but everything below the neck was completely different. Red tubes and mechanical devices reminiscent of blood liver, black flesh obtained by consuming tooth fairies. Metal and organic matter mixed to create a new body. To put it bluntly, it resembled a spider with a human head. There were 4 pairs of legs on each side of the body, and energy absorption devices from blood liver could be seen intermittently between the black skin on the torso. However, few would think of a spider upon seeing it. The 8 legs varied in length and shape, more akin to human arms and legs grotesquely elongated. Different types of feet were attached to the elongated legs. One type resembled a hook with 5 fingers, while the other had sickle-shaped claws resembling scythes. Either way, they seemed effective in tearing apart the opponent's body. Despite the varying lengths of the 8 legs, it moved very naturally from the beginning, as if it had always been like that. It looks like a creature from some sci-fi movie or horror game. From my perspective as a monster enthusiast, its appearance was enough to pass. At least it looked much better compared to screamers or Hulk mutants that seemed to have been made by an incompetent special effects team. I'm not sure if the cultists think the same way. Most likely, they would have been frightened seeing PS 111 emerge from underground. Looking at the scars on its body, it was evident that the cultists had attacked frantically even in that brief moment. Wouldn't eating the remains of the ice horror increase its defense? Pyrrhic, there's a 72% chance of that. Good. Nodding, I accepted the cultist's head it offered. Why do you need the head? Because it might come in handy later. I put the head with goat horns into my mouth and chewed. The unique fruity taste of the cultists filled my mouth. It was a taste of orange with a hint of lemon added. The skin, facial muscles, horns and skull, and even the brain were crushed finally and swallowed down the throat. Along with it, the genetic components of the cult were quickly absorbed. Eventually, one of the human-faced insects on the back of my head rapidly shriveled, and a new face grew in its place. The newly grown face looked exactly like the face of the cultist I had eaten, except for being very pale, like the other human-faced insects. The newly transformed individual opened their eyes. They immediately understood their situation and blinked rapidly. What is this? Quiet. The 5 human-faced insects growing on my head were all bound by my will. If I told them to be quiet, they had to close their mouths, and if I told them to speak, they had to obey. In any case, soon you'll be able to make as much noise as you want. That was the purpose they were brought here for in the first place. I sent a signal to the Adha hiding nearby. ZZZZZZZZ, is the enemy coming? They're coming. The number is 12. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZz. Strength. Small adults. Comparison. Low. The group containing the black Gagon class strongman stopped immediately when another group was attacked. Whether they were about to move again after assessing the situation or were staying put at the rear was unclear. The group attacked by PS 111 and the Mother of the Sky also changed their movements. Instead of heading towards my nest, they changed direction and moved towards where the other group was. The group acting independently was the only one coming towards us. So far, everything is going according to plan. By now, the Mother of the Sky should have arrived at the nest with the captives. The plan was for PS 111 to cut the throat of one cultist while she distracted another, allowing her to be kidnapped. Our response will depend on how the enemy comes out. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Well done. Wait until I give the signal. Understood. After ending the conversation with Adha, I turned my gaze to number 26, who was beside me. It was unleashing the vast psychic power he had accumulated within his body. The massive psychic power emitted by sea demons affects other psychic beings. Abilities that require precise control of psychic power, such as telepathy or soul links, are restricted. Since entering the underground, one of the 3 divided groups has been coming towards us. They aim to remove obstacles that hinder them. Of course, it's a trap. The groups coming here now don't know if there's been a change in the operation. This is because telepathy isn't working smoothly due to the psychic power emitted by number 26. If all the groups coming here are annihilated, the enemy will move too. There are two actions the enemy might take. Either the Mother of the Sky will rescue the captives she's caught, or they'll come to directly remove the obstacles hindering the flow of psychic power . And whatever choice the enemy makes, the outcome will be the same. Right now, where I stand, in this place with the hard exoskeleton of the ice horror and its remaining bones, I intend to engage in battle with the enemy. ZZZZZZZZZ, then let's get ready. Yeah. Understood, Kirik. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, if they suddenly move from their side, proceed as planned. Confirmed. Don't worry. I, along with number 26 and PS 111, entered the skeleton of the ice horror, which lay overturned. The intruders who foolishly attacked me. Their future holds only two possibilities. Either they die and become genetic essence, or they become my slaves. Either way . Their essence will be mine, regardless. Is this it? Looks like animal bones. Leading the third team of the Temple Guardians, Chrysian marveled at the giant creature's bones. The place they stood was a partially collapsed underground chamber. Despite the vast space, the bones of the creature exuded a tremendous presence. Psychic power is emanating from inside the bones. I'll investigate. Celine, keep sending telepathy to Jason and Alia. Understood. The cultists present here couldn't properly use telepathy and soul links. It was because of the massive psychic power emanating from inside the bones. Unless Jason and Alia, who were powerful psychic users, directly sent telepathy to them, there was no way to communicate with the outside. Until the cause of this mysterious energy emission was removed. What kind of creature emits such powerful psychic power? Could it be the carcass of an arcane orca? A creature that flies through space died under the ice. It doesn't look like a fossil. While the members were carrying out their mission, Chrysian examined the bones and exoskeleton. The light made from glowing gems illuminated the bones. They gleamed white, smooth without a trace of flesh. It's strange. If a creature of this size died, the surrounding ecology would have changed. Predators approaching to eat the creature's flesh, the massive gases and bacteria from its decay. Yet, none of these traces could be found. The giant creature's bones were clean, as if someone had thoroughly wiped them clean. And these traces? There was clearly a battle. Chrysian thought as he touched the broken skeleton. There were many oddities to consider if it was assumed that they were defeated and eaten by the triple-headed demon. Despite being several times larger than this giant creature, there were no traces of it entering and leaving this chamber and the connecting passage. Since I can't contact the other members. TSK. As he clicked his tongue in frustration, he heard the voices of the members who had entered the bones and exoskeleton. Chrysian, come over here. What's going on? Following the voices of the members, Chrysian ventured inside and was taken aback by the scene before him. Between the white skeletal frame, there was a dark purple wall. The wall was densely engraved with geometric patterns, and its surface was irregular and very rough. Unlike other bones on the ground, which were different from the wall, sharp spikes of the same dark purple color protruded from the wall. It seemed more like the exoskeleton of some giant creature rather than a wall. There, 5 pale faces were embedded. Please, help. Ichichich. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts. It's too painful. Somebody, please help. Ogichich. Get us out. Surprisingly, they were all cultists' faces. Although I didn't know how they were embedded in the wall, all 5 of them were alive. They were pleading for help, shedding tears and snot. Despite experiencing countless battles, Chrysian had never seen a wall with only faces embedded in it. The sight was truly something out of a nightmare. What on earth happened here? The psychic power is emanating from behind this wall. Darn it. We need to break this wall right. Wait a minute, I've seen that face somewhere. Chrysian thought one of the 5 faces looked familiar. Are you Brent's? Wah. Chrysian. It's me, I'm Brent's. He was so pale that I didn't recognize him at first. The one embedded in the wall was Brent's, a temple guardian who had come in here with us. Weren't you supposed to go with Alia? Why are you here? I don't know. Damn it. I lost consciousness and woke up here. I'll get you out right away. Chrysian approached the wall with the faces. Then, the voice of Cell, who was in charge of communication outside the skeleton, was heard. Chrysian. We just received a telepathy from Alia. Brents and Bylan have fallen in battle. Ah. Hearing that, Chrysian and the members looked at each other. Brents was right in front of them. He was only sticking his head out of the dark purple wall. Ignore that voice. It's Alia's mistake. I'm still alive. I'm alive, I tell you. Among the temple guardians here, Alia holds the highest position. She is the third most skilled member of the temple guardians overall. Wouldn't such a remarkable person be able to ascertain whether her comrades are truly dead or not? Chrysian and the members began to distance themselves from the wall bit by bit. Seeing this, Brents, with only his head protruding from the wall, cursed vehemently. You damn cult bastards. Do you think you'll get away unscathed? With tears of blood streaming from his eyes, his cursed appearance was like a demon itself. Chrysian was certain. That wasn't Brents, it was something disguised as Brents. Everyone, be careful. Chrysian. Upon hearing the startled voice of the member, Chrysian turned his head to look at him. Like him, the members who had experienced various battles were gaping, as if they had seen something incredibly surprising or frightening. Then Chrysian felt a sharp pain. His gaze lowered. Ah. A spike that should have been fixed to the ground was impaled into his abdomen. His blood and pieces of his entrails flowed over the thick, dark purple spike. He felt his strength drain from the legs that were standing on the ground. His wavering gaze turned towards the wall in front of him. Faces embedded in the wall came into view. They were smiling, their lips stretched upward. He caught you. Finally, he realized. The face he saw wasn't Brent's. And what was in front of him wasn't a wall either. The thing that impaled Chrysian with its horn, began to reveal itself above the ground. Chapter 179. Ah. 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 Celine, a warrior of the temple guardians, ran across the icy passageway. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The silence spread throughout the passageway spoke volumes about the fate of her comrades. Other members of the squad had sacrificed themselves to save her, a practitioner of memory manipulation. Despite knowing that the enemy could consume souls. I never imagined such monsters existed in this world. She recalled the sight she had just witnessed as she ran. White skeletal structures rising several times the height of a cultist. Initially, she mistook them for giant creatures resurrected in skeletal form. It didn't take long for her to realize that something had flipped the bones and carapaces of giant creatures. Among the bones stood the heads of her comrades. The first cultist she spotted was their leader, Chrysian. He was impaled on the horn protruding from the monster's head. Below, a pointed snout resembling a theropod's was adorned with what she presumed to be the legs of a squad member, twitching. The surreal sight left her and her comrades staring blankly. Soon, with eerie sounds, the twitching legs that struggled to escape stopped moving. It was the sound of their comrades' deaths that snapped her and her squad back to reality. The sharp clang of weapons being drawn echoed alongside savage cries. It was the sound that accompanied every hunt for monsters. The temple guardians had come prepared with top-of-the-line gear to capture the demon with 3 heads. Demolishers capable of manipulating matter to destroy it, champion shields combining psychic power and ether for exponential defense, dragon scale armors forged from the Gagon scales, weapons honed with white Gagon claws, and more. As one of the Empire's elite forces, the temple guardians had the best equipment. And those who wielded that equipment. They were the best of the best. If the enemy had been just the bone-flipped monster, they wouldn't have fallen so easily. There was one reason the situation unfolded differently from their expectations. Contrary to their expectations, it wasn't just one enemy. As the giant monster rose to its feet, other monsters hidden beneath it emerged. A creature with a human head and a spider's body, and another with a slender tentacle on a pink balloon-like body. The spider creature absorbed the champion shield composed of composite energy. Whenever its hooks scratched the shield, its energy dissipated in clumps. The bone-flipped monster targeted only weakened guardians. It was incredibly agile for its size. Whenever it moved, comrades were either impaled on horns or crushed under its massive feet. And finally, the pink balloon monster. It didn't move as agilely as the others, but it possessed terrifying abilities. It was the most powerful psychic user among the many monsters she had seen. Though not as potent as the young priest Jason, it was enough to overwhelm those present. Communication with the outside was nearly impossible due to the pink balloon monster. Its immense psychic power flowing through its body blocked psychic abilities such as telepathy or soul linking. To the cultists, psychic power was like limbs. Even though they were temple guardians, it was impossible to unleash their full potential with restrictions on psychic power usage. Her comrades struggled to avoid the monsters while attempting to counterattack. However, such a counterattack proved futile as the number of standing members rapidly dwindled. The creatures seemed to move as if they had completely penetrated the characteristics and weaknesses of the Temple Guardian's equipment. The spider creature nullified the Temple Guardian's shields, while the giant creature attacked. Whenever one tried to evade the giant creature, the pink balloon creature restricted the movement of the members. Even when members wielding demolishers attempted to shoot, it was to no avail. The creatures always managed to avoid the demolishers, even if they endured other attacks. They displayed a synergy beyond that of Temple Guardians who had trained for over several decades. The result was a massacre. Those who had always hunted monsters were now prey, slaughtered in turn. The spider creature gouged out cultists' entrails with its hooked claws, while the pink balloon creature levitated the members with psychic power and then tore off their limbs. And the sight of the giant creature swallowing the still-living cultists. Perhaps Celine would never forget that sight until her dying breath. When the group was reduced to only 5 members from 12, Celine's comrades shouted at her. They told her to flee, being the one who had mastered memory manipulation. To prevent the deaths of those present from being in vain, Celine had to survive at all costs. Knowing this, she abandoned her comrades and fled. I've stored all the memories. If I can just deliver these to Jason. She continued to attempt telepathy as she ran. As the distance from the creature increased, its power weakened. Perhaps if she went a little further, she could transmit these memories to her comrades. At that moment, amidst her sprint, she heard a sound. She quickly activated the champion shield strapped to her wrist. Who's there? Holding the faintly glowing gold champion shield, she looked around. Thinking she might have misheard, the sound came again. Amidst the sound of wind blowing through the passageway, there was something mixed in. Damn it. Who's there? Her eyes darted frantically. All she could see was her distorted reflection in the ice. The distorted faces of the cultists seemed to mock her, as if her comrades were laughing at her. You two will soon join us. Temple Guardians learn not to waver even in dire situations against monsters. But today, was it because of the situation or some unknown factor? She couldn't gather her thoughts like a rookie heading into her first battle. Damn it. Who are you? Come out. She lost her composure, screaming like a wounded beast. In response, a sound seemed to echo as if answering her cry. The sound was similar to the one heard when a flag flutters in the wind. Only then did she realize what the sound she had heard was. It was the sound of a creature flapping its large wings. And unlike just a moment ago, the sound was much closer. Almost as if it were coming from directly above her head. Her gaze slowly rose upward. There should have been nothing there except ice. But hanging upside down with green wings, a creature looked down at her. Her violet eyes met the creature's gaze, and she reached for her blade. Before her hand could touch the hilt, the creature's wings spread wide. In that instant of realization, she felt her strength drain from her body. The world she saw flipped, and a familiar ankle came into view. Celine's mind plunged into darkness. Prey escape block success. Zzz, well done. Adha, who had returned to tidy up the fleeing prey hiding outside, came back. A cultist torso hung from her back. Seeing her bloodied body, it was clear she had been hit with extreme force. No apparent injuries. She had completely mastered the combat method of rushing with psychic power enveloping his body. Impressive lad. I patted the head of the combat-trained Adha and lifted the cultist's body on her back with corrosive tentacles. All 12 of the intruders here have been dealt with. Although my tooth fairies had initiated the start of battle, it was my first time fighting directly. Their abilities were as I had expected, but there were a few surprises. The equipment is better than I thought. My gaze shifted to the equipment the cultists had brought. Dragon scale armor, champion shields, swords forged from Gagon, and even demolishers. All were high-priced weapons. I picked up a weapon resembling a dart gun among the scattered weapons on the ground. It may look unimpressive, but it was a powerful weapon capable of destroying even the toughest materials, as evidenced by the hole it made in the ice horror's carapace, which was broken by number 26 with all its might. Special defensive measures are required to defend against demolisher attacks. I don't have such defensive measures yet. And this sword is quite expensive too. The white weapon strapped to the cultist's waist was a blade made by shaving the claws of a white Gagon. It creates a psychic blade that can strike enemies from a distance. It has the same effect as the Gagon claw that Si-hyun Yujin drew from her palm during our previous fight. People with such good equipment wouldn't come here for no reason. I woke up the faceless beings attached to the carapace. What brought you here? That's. The 5 faceless beings struggled not to speak, but it was futile. The faceless beings on my body were all reconstituted from a morph's body. Just as my arms and legs obeyed my commands, they couldn't refuse my orders. In the end, they spilled everything. Their explanation was not lengthy, but it contained very important information. What they came to catch, and who was leading them. If I hadn't checked it now, it could have been crucial information that could put everyone in great danger. The young priest is targeting me. He was the one who argued for sending an Imperial flagship and fleet to combat the 3-headed demon that appeared on the planet called Sagel 08, which the cultists call PH-101. When the plan failed and he lost influence in the Imperial Council, he reportedly came here leading the Temple Guardians to make up for the failure. What does that mean? The player who sponsored Muriel. The one who judged him as a black Gagon-class powerhouse was the player. And it was a player with much stronger power than Muriel. If the opponent is a player, the plans I've made so far need to be revised. They must know about me. If they are rankers over there, it was obvious what precautions to take when fighting against a MOF. It's impossible to deceive them with parasites or faceless beings once the enemies join. The original plan was to lure the enemies into the joint where the ice horror was. The joint was so weakened that it could collapse at any moment due to extensive damage to the walls and ceiling. My plan was to collapse the walls and ceiling there and bury all the enemies under the ice above. Even if the enemies were strong, there was almost no chance of surviving under several hundred meters thick ice. Would a black Gagon-class powerhouse survive depending on what psychic power technique he possesses? If he survives, I plan to launch a coordinated attack with the children to subdue him. But if they consider me an enemy, since they would know that I set a trap, the chances of them moving according to my intentions are low. To deceive them, I need to think harder. It's fortunate that I know now. As soon as I heard the explanation, I slightly modified the original plan and called PS-111. A variable has arisen. Take the children and go to the location I mentioned first. Understood. It prepared to leave with number 26 on his back and Adha. Big one, see you later. ZZZ, got it. After bidding farewell to the children, I quickly moved to the nest. On the way, I didn't forget to put the auxiliary device on the ground to monitor the movements of the enemies. The distance is getting a bit tight. There were only a few minutes left until the remaining 2 groups gathered in one place. The group attacked by PS-111 and the Mother of the Sky were moving around in extreme caution, so they hadn't joined yet. If I stop by the nest and then go, it'll be too late. I have to attack from behind before the enemies join. I stopped in the middle of the passage and pressed the auxiliary device against the ice, trying to link it to the nest's substation under my chin. The nest was expanding on its own, and this area was already stained black. Although no spores had appeared yet, the nest's mucus had spread here and solidified, so it was possible to send a signal at least. She'll notice it right away if it's her. Feeling around the ground with the auxiliary device, I found a place to link while the stem of the nest, which had just begun to spread, touched the auxiliary device. I felt a part of my senses pouring onto the ground, and the wide corridor began to feel like my body. It was a successful link with the nest. Good. I detonated a few spores inside the nest. In response, 2 objects lying in the marsh began to react. Soon, one of the objects started moving in this direction with the other. The Mother of the Sky, who captured prisoners, must have read the signal I sent. While maintaining the link, I double-checked the passages in this underground space. There was no sign of movement from the enemy player and his group. While keeping an eye on them, the Mother of the Sky appeared. She was holding a female cultist in her beak. The lower part of the cultist's neck, where I had broken the bone when capturing her, showed no movement. The Mother of the Sky must have known that the Imperial armor had life support functions, so she took such measures. I carefully avoided the cultist's gaze so as not to be detected. If number 26 were present, it would be different, but without him, I had to be cautious with the soul link. What happened? This wasn't part of the plan, was it? ZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ, the plan changed. I explained to her the things I heard from the faceless beings. Flames shot from her pumpkin-colored eyes as she understood my wavelength. He's here. Zzz, yes. We can't afford to miss him. Zzz, of course. We can't just let a player, especially one who knows about me, go like this. We must capture him by any means necessary. What are we going to do? Zzz. First, take care of the subordinates. The subordinates brought by the player are armed with weapons made from demolishers and Gagon's claws. They are formidable enemies who can inflict fatal injuries on me, so I cannot afford to be complacent. Dealing with them becomes extremely difficult if they are directly commanded by the player. So, we need to strike before they gather. I looked down at the cultist captured as a prisoner. Originally, I planned to use the cultist to instill fear by stripping her skin in front of the enemy. But the situation has changed, so I might need to slightly change the plan. If they're players, they won't fall for it naturally. What about those who haven't joined yet? I reached out to the paralyzed cultist. Chapter 180. In the vast expanse of space survival, various intelligent species coexist, giving rise to all sorts of creatures. From beings resembling wild animals on Earth to horrific monsters straight out of a horror movie, to even divine entities that evoke cosmic awe. Among these creatures, some possess special abilities. They mimic sentient beings. One prominent example is the red mist, a predator. With its jaguar-like appearance adorned with red fur, it emits an irresistible hallucinogenic pheromone, rendering defenses useless. After spreading its hallucinogenic pheromone, it mimics human speech to entice and deceive players. It mimics the conversations and movements of players based on specific algorithms, making it quite realistic. Escaping the hallucination itself is challenging, and coupled with its ability to mimic companions, players unaware of the red mist's nature can easily fall prey. It's not for nothing they call it the apex predator of jungle planets. In the early days of the game, its nickname was Space Predator. As time passed and experienced players increased, fewer fell for the red mist's tricks. No matter how advanced AI may be, it still feels awkward from a human perspective. But what if the deceiver is human? If you pretend to be a fellow player, knowing their equipment and preferred tactics from yesterday's gaming session, can you really avoid being deceived? In essence, the best deceiver of humans is another human, particularly one who knows their opponent well. And I'm probably the one who deceived others the most in the game, the Amorph. So, shall we begin? With all preparations complete, I approached the enemy group. As I drew near, they halted their movement. Indeed, the Temple Guardians. Their skills are considerable. Since coming to this world, few have anticipated and prepared for my approach. I heard the sound of Gagon's claw-made blade being drawn and the snipers loading their demolishers, but there was no chatter. They're probably fiercely discussing their response via telepathic link. Alright. My task here isn't to sneak up on the enemy but to sow distrust among them. Beyond the junction of the wide ice corridor, I slightly parted my lips. Near my throat, in a region akin to where a human's thyroid gland would be, lies a special organ. It's the Mimicry organ, an organ that activates within me due to the characteristics of the Eidos device. It resets with each absorption of new genetic material, enabling me to mimic a new voice. The weapon I used to deceive and consume countless prey is once again activated. Help me. A woman's voice flowed from my lips. It's the voice of the cultist who fell victim to the Adha after fleeing from the communal area where the corpse of the ice horror was found. After receiving the corpse from the Adha and taking a bite, I used it for the Mimicry organ. There's a reason why I chose this cultist. She seemed quite important. Other members bought her time to escape safely. Seeing that, there's a high likelihood she employs psychic techniques related to information transmission. Wherever you go, the credibility and importance of a statement rise depending on who the speaker is. If the person is deemed important enough for comrades to sacrifice themselves for, then surely, there would be considerations on the other side about what to do. What's this? It's Celine. As I anticipated, they began to falter upon hearing the voice. Everyone, hold on. At that moment, a woman shouted with a bold and firm voice. Judging solely by the voice, she seemed like the leader of that group. The cultists, who were previously hesitating, collectively ceased their movements. Then followed the silence. They must be communicating via telepathy. Indeed. When I mimicked the voice of the cult, or rather Celine, two main actions could be taken on their side upon hearing it: rushing to aid me or preparing to attack, suspicious of my intentions. For them, There shouldn't be an option to retreat as I'm an immediate threat that needs to be dealt with. However, they didn't choose either option. They maintained vigilance while communicating telepathically instead of verbally. What does this signify? I've already heard about this, haven't I? The highest ranking figure here, the cult priest. It's evident that he, with considerable experience in space survival, had explained to them about me. If someone knew me, they wouldn't come here at all. Because who knows what traps I might have laid. Besides, this is reality. If either I or the enemy player dies, that's it. Even if their skills are impressive, can they really venture forth so easily? I don't think so. But they're exploiting that fact. The cult player wouldn't approach out of fear of traps. Even knowing that I'm nearby. It's highly likely that he had assessed how far my nest had spread after hearing news of the initial attack. His decision to halt the advance was probably due to realizing the disadvantage of fighting from the nest. His safe option would be to recall his subordinates first. Then, he could alter his strategy and move accordingly. His intent was clear as his subordinates began to move again. Their steps seemed slightly resentful, indicating dissatisfaction. It's inevitable. Not knowing unless one experiences it isn't unique to humans. Cultists are no different. Moreover, they are part of the Imperial Guard, one of the Empire's finest army units. How frustrating must it feel to abandon such honorable individuals, unsure if they are enemies or allies. Time to drive the wedge. I put down the female cultist I was holding against the wall. Because the Mother of the Sky had broken her neck, she was paralyzed. It made the operation easy. I turned her head to face me. Her pupils dilated significantly, filled with disbelief as if she couldn't trust the reality before her. The moment she saw me, the movements of the members who were gradually distancing themselves from me came to a halt. What's this? It's Alia. Can you see her now? Soul Link is a very powerful technique. In a battlefield where information is life, there's nothing as crucial as having a broad perspective. Moreover, if one can instantly confirm the view of allies whenever desired, executing strategies would be much smoother. Thanks to this technique, the cultists not only excelled individually but also displayed dominance in teamwork. Now, let's consider the opposite scenario. What if that information is incorrect? Suppose what I'm seeing differs from reality. She's still alive. Celine rescued her. I looked down at the cultist, sweating profusely while leaning against the wall. She seemed to realize what I was about to do, as her pupils shook frantically. I silently asked her, "What do I look like to you?" Ranker Jason, ranked 10th, had a deep-seated enmity with the Amorphs. He was a concept player based on the so-called lookism. His playing motto was to kill ugly aliens and enslave the less ugly ones. This kind of play style wasn't particularly special. In space survival, there were all sorts of eccentric players, and many enjoyed similar plays in other games too. What made Jason, a normal concept player, famous was that his tormenting of monster players went beyond the norm. There were quite a few players who couldn't bear his torment and quit the game. In fact, such a type tends to make a lot of enemies, but what allowed him to thrive was his fans who followed him. Jason was an internet broadcaster who made space survival his main content, so he had quite a lot of followers trailing after him. With his followers, Jason wielded considerable power even in the game. Because of this, even among monster players, it wasn't easy to challenge him as a ranker. One might suggest waiting for him to be alone, but Jason was also a ranker ranked 10th. He was by no means an easy opponent. Originally a human-centric concept player, he chose the cult because the cult race had good performance. Good performance meant even if he lacked skills compared to other players, he wouldn't easily fall prey. Thus, as he indulged in all sorts of villainy while enjoying the game, one day, his end came. The one who became the worst race as a ranker. The one who prompted former adversaries to form an alliance and put a bounty on him. The 5th-ranked Amorph ranker began targeting him. For over half a year, that fellow followed him every day, ridiculing him with bizarre tactics. Especially the incident where the fellow, hidden, ambushed him as he tried to enter the character's dormitory to end the game, was enough to become an urban legend in the community. Due to the Amorph, 2 clans created by his followers were destroyed, and his relationship with the rankers he was close to fell apart. Eventually, Jason, unable to endure, publicly wrote a letter of apology in the community, bringing the incident to a close. Afterward, as soon as he entered the gaming world, it all became a thing of the past. But the time he spent in the world of space survival was not insignificant. Now, I thought it was forgettable. Until I came here, or rather until I met him, I thought so, but I was mistaken. The telepathy coming from him awakened deeply buried nightmares. Jason. Are you seeing this too? Look at Bylan's eyes. Both of them are alive, not dead. The telepathy sent by his lover Alia truly annoyed him. He knew too. The soul link doesn't deactivate until the subject dies, or the user cancels it. In Bylan's eyes, who was kidnapped by him, the image of the female cultist who was still alive was seen. One of the 12 sent to exclude factors causing psychic power impairments was Selene. She was a member who learned memory retention techniques. Normally, she was someone who should be protected at all costs. But Jason, who had suffered terribly from the rank 5 amorph, knew better. It's a trap. The cultist seen through Bylan's eyes. She seemed to be severely injured and unable to move properly, desperately calling out to her comrades. In the darkness, her face wasn't clearly visible, but when her voice was heard alone, she seemed pitiful as if she might collapse at any moment. Bullshit. That disgusting rank 5 amorph. Seeing his performance, it felt like past traumas were creeping up on him. He was certain. The owner of that voice was already dead, and Bylan, linked by soul link, was in a state infected by parasites. If he went to save her like this, he would suffer immense damage from the cult controlled by him. In the game, he even controlled NPCs to detonate warships. He can mimic the appearance of the opponent exactly. Moreover, he can also absorb memories. What about Bylan? Is she being controlled too? Yeah. His parasite is controlling her. I've never heard of such a monster existing. Naturally, it could only be so. Even in the game, the true nature of his transformation technique was never fully revealed. It was speculated that the transformation was a fusion attribute made through a very rare combination or obtained as a reward from Vortex 1 hunting by outer spacer players. Regardless of the identity of that transformation, there were no monsters or players using parasites and transformation techniques like that, except him. He may have a pathological dislike for rank 5 amorph, but he admitted his skill was remarkable. Honestly, when it comes to utilizing abilities, there might not be much difference between him and the 3rd or 4th rankers. But I know this fact. They are not the Temple Guardians here. They only encountered him through information, and this is the first time they have directly confronted him. The expertise gained from facing countless monsters was now working against them. He was a creature that could not exist when they saw him. Who would think that the true power of the monster that annihilated the Mob Jam core lies in the deceptive tactics using parasites and transformation? I'll say it again. Alia. Give up and come over here. Jason. Alia hesitated. He must have aimed for this too. Weakening Jason's command and sowing discord between his subordinates and him. He sent telepathy to his lover again. Was it his earnestness that reached her? Just as she was about to coax her subordinates and move again, an anomaly occurred in the shared site through the soul link. Selene seemed startled as if she had discovered something. Behind her, a monster revealed itself in the darkness. What's that? With an eagle-like head, pumpkin-colored eyes, and a lion's body with golden fur, the newly appeared monster was a griffin named Hwansu, who had learned divine transformation. Why is that wolf, who learned divine transformation, here? The griffin approached closer and closer to the shared site. Its sharp beak gleamed threateningly as Selene suddenly stood in front of it with her arms outstretched. As if it couldn't pass until it killed me. That sight was the decisive blow. Damn it. It's no use anymore. Lady Alia. Jason, I'm sorry. Wait. Everyone, wait. It's a trick. Crazy. Don't go. Jason urgently sent telepathy, but there was no response. Alia and her subordinates had severed the telepathy link. Instead, in her sight connected through the soul link, she saw the backs of the members rushing out quickly. They, who were running through the corridor, stopped simultaneously. What stood before them were Selene standing intact and Bylan leaning against the wall. The griffin wolf that was there just a moment ago was nowhere to be seen. But the members, Alia, and Jason connected through her sight could feel it. That thing in front of them wasn't a cultist. Alia's transmitted sight through her eyes trembled slightly. It reflected her bewildered feelings in her pupils. Alia's sight read the movement of its mouth. It was saying this. What do I look like to you all? Chapter 181. I've never seen myself transform and use a mimic organ. A mimic organ is an organ that emits pheromones from numerous crevices on its surface, disrupting the senses of other organisms. However, as the producer of pheromones, it has no effect on me. Therefore, I don't know how my activated mimic organ appears to others. Judging by the reactions of others, the mimic organ seems to evoke subtle discomfort. It's as if something non-human is mimicking a human appearance. Initially, it might not be noticeable, but using the mimic organ repeatedly eventually makes others feel uneasy, unless they are fools. Once the other party starts to suspect, the effectiveness of the mimic organ greatly diminishes. Just like how the once terrifying red mist now becomes a mere tale of the past. But it's too valuable to discard like that. I devoted much effort to overcoming the drawbacks and peculiarities of the mimic organ. I practiced my vocalizations and gathered information about potential targets for transformation. Through numerous trials and training sessions, I became quite adept at convincingly impersonating even unfamiliar subjects, like now. Why is everyone acting like this? I just asked for some help. The group of temple guardians spread out in the street, eyeing me with tension as they cautiously gripped their weapons. Those wielding Gagon's claw took a step forward, while those with demolishers aimed at my head from behind. What's going on? Every time my voice resonated through the corridor, the members' gazes wavered. While my voice might sound like that of a comrade, the cult's inherent sensitivity rejected it. The being before them wasn't Cult Solnay. What's the matter? When a cultist aiming at my head asked, the female cultist beside her spoke up while keeping her gaze on me. We'll subdue first, then verify. As the only one among the group with yak horns on her head, it was evident that she was the leader of this group. Like her subordinates, she seemed confused when she first laid eyes on me, but now she appeared composed. Following the leader's command, the cultists began to approach me gradually. 3 cultists with demolishers aimed at my head or upper body. Interesting. The reason they aimed above my head was simple. They didn't see me as Solnay. They probably thought I was displaying hallucinations. Beings capable of producing high-level hallucinations like red mist or sea demons can even deceive senses. They can die from hallucinations without physical harm. However, the hallucinations presented by the mimic organ are not at that level. They must have realized that my presumed hallucination ability hasn't reached the realm of sensory control. Even amidst their fear of me, they must have telepathically discussed how to handle the situation. Not a bad response, but unfortunately, it's not the best response. The mimic organ's effect is to replicate the appearance of other intelligent beings through pheromones, not physically transform my body. So what happens to parts of my body, like corrosive tentacles? The answer is simple. It's not visible. The corrosive tentacles extending from my back were already above the heads of the cultists wielding demolishers. They were completely unaware of what was above their heads. The cultists with Gagon's claw fixed their gaze on me as they approached. They extended their hands with the champion shield activated, intending to cast the psychic power technique. Restraint to block enemy movements. At that moment when all the cultists present focused on me, the corrosive tentacles struck the cultists from behind. Ambush. Ugh. With 6 appendages on each tentacle spread wide, they grabbed the upper bodies of the cultists. Meanwhile, the mouths inside the appendages swallowed their heads. The mouths of the corrosive tentacles were filled with sharp teeth. Even if they wore sturdy reinforced armor like dragon scale, they couldn't withstand the prison of razor blades closing in from all sides. They couldn't even scream and just slumped over, their upper bodies contorted in death. Darn it. He's hiding his body, so be prepared. As soon as the cult leader shouted loudly, the cultists approaching me hastily raised their shields, taken aback. Unfortunately, the plan to sweep away the enemies with a tail strike was thwarted. Although the cultists were hit by the tail I used to sweep, the damage wasn't significant as they blocked it with their shields. Not bad. Presumably, that leader seemed to be the most skilled among the temple guardians present here. Perhaps ranking within the top 5 in the temple guardians in terms of skill. It worked out better this way. It would have been dangerous to join forces with the cult players. I charged forward, maintaining the mimic organ. The goal was to retrieve the demolishers from the cult warriors moving back. As soon as they saw me rushing, they hurriedly backed away. My massive body trampled over one of the demolishers resembling a small cannon. The cultists who successfully retrieved the 2 demolishers managed to evade my attacks by rolling. It was a bold move almost worthy of praise if they were allies. Despite not being able to properly perceive my overall appearance, they managed to estimate my size and evade. 2 cultists, halfway up, immediately aimed their demolishers at me. Seeing their fluid movements, it was clear they had considerable experience. However, The problem for them was that they were facing me. As the tooth fairy nest near my waist burst, black carnivorous fleas swarmed out. Their target was directly the faces of the cultists aiming the demolishers. With teeth resembling human teeth, the tooth fairies latched onto the cultists, gnashing at them. Arg, get off. Go away. Ag. Amidst the cultists whose vision was obscured by the palm-sized carnivorous fleas, I swung my tail towards them. It was to clear out both the cultists with demolishers and the tooth fairies in one strike. However, this time, my intentions were blocked. The enemy leader, the cultist with yak horns, rushed in and struck my tail with the champion shield she held in her hand. Normally, she should have been knocked away, but surprisingly, she succeeded in changing the direction of my tail. The pincer at the end of the tail struck an empty space instead of the target. The wall of the ice passage vibrated significantly due to my attack. The cult leader, without any hesitation, struck down my tail with the axe she held in her other hand. Oh, dear. Are you all right? I'm fine. Everyone, prepare your formations. Feeling the pain emanating from my tail, I immediately retracted it. Seeing the damaged section where her axe struck, I realized her axe was a weapon I knew well. It was one of the rewards a cultist receives upon clearing quest level 10. The Dragon Slayer quest, was it? The axe's name was Condemnation. In the lore, it was an axe forged from the horn of a black Gagon, part of the Dragon Slayer set. Most likely, it was given to that woman by a player who had come here. Annoying. The effect of Condemnation was simple. It significantly enhanced the wearer's physical abilities to Gagon level. The problem was that this enhancement effect was no laughing matter. Just by seeing the damage caused to my tail by the champion shield earlier, one could tell. Now there's one more reason not to delay. I couldn't be sure when the cult players might change their minds and come here. Seeing that woman wielding Condemnation meant there was a high chance the opponent was wearing the Dragon Slayer set. That meant it would be difficult to fight even against such an annoying opponent. Before I knew it, I charged towards the cultists who had formed their formations. One of the warriors aimed his demolisher at me and fired. The characteristic blue energy projectile of the demolisher flew towards my head. I quickly turned my head, but the back of the head armor was grazed slightly as it passed. True to its nature as a weapon that disintegrates matter, the area hit by the projectile evaporated on contact. Ignoring the attack, I charged forward to crush the cultist with the demolisher. Seeing that the cultist didn't stop even after being hit, he flew aside in panic. Where? I swung my corrosive tentacles towards him. Crack. The circumference of my tentacles was as thick as a log. No matter how sturdy the other side's armor was, it couldn't absorb all the impact. The cultist hit by the tentacles vomited blood and writhed on the ground. As another tentacle flew to finish him off, another cultist intervened. The cult warrior leapt high and swung a white sword made from Gagon's claw at my tentacle. As the hook scraped against the glass window, a sinister sound echoed, and sparks flew from the tentacle. With synthetic fibers covering every part of my body except the armor, I boasted high defense. Thanks to the small scales on the surface of the corrosive tentacles absorbing the impact, there were only minor scratches. However, that didn't mean it didn't hurt. I sliced the cultist inspector who landed after being hit by the tentacle with my combat arm. Let go of me. Before he could exert force with the arm holding the knife, I exerted pressure with my hand. It made a sound similar to throwing a water balloon from the top of a high-rise apartment. Warm juice flowed profusely between the 4 long fingers. I casually flicked my hand and brought down my head towards the cultist who had fallen earlier. He tried to crawl away somehow, but it was already too late. His lower body was completely crushed by the demolisher along with my head. Damn it. Other cultists spat curses as they watched their comrades die, but they didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, they played the card of psychic power attacks, unique to cultists rather than engaging in close combat. 2 cultists with goat horns spread their hands wide, aiming at me simultaneously. Instantly, my body felt as heavy as soaked cotton. Gravity control, huh? A psychic power technique manipulating gravity, it belonged to a control skill with considerable versatility. It was similar in position to the restraint favored by number 26. The floor where I stood cracked, and my upper body unknowingly tilted downwards. While the cultists with goat horns blocked my movements, one cultist with ram horns and the leader unleashed psychic power attacks towards me. The warrior's attack was a psychic whip, while the leader's shot resembled a purple spear. The pain spear boasted high penetrating power as a psychic power technique, and the effectiveness of the psychic whip varied greatly depending on the user's skill level. Both were techniques I encountered when fighting against the Eugene family's shadow, Code Black, in the Space City before. Those techniques that had put my life on the line were now flying towards me again. But the purple whip struck my combat arm, and the long spear pierced through my head armor. The synthetic fibers covering my arms peeled off, and there was a hole in my head. I'm much different now than I was then. It was the psychic reflection glove, a characteristic I gained from devouring the Swamp King. Its effect was to reflect 30% of the damage received from psychic attacks. As the whip and spear struck, seemingly reversing time, they began to fly back towards the cultists. What? Oh, no. The leader quickly raised the champion shield, while the ram-horned warrior rolled his body to the side. That choice determined their fate. Crack. True to its high penetrating power, the pain spear pierced through the champion shield, but it only grazed the leader's left arm. But the ram-horned warrior wasn't so lucky. The reflected psychic whip struck his bowed torso mercilessly. Ugh. From his left armpit to his chest, he screamed in agony. Witnessing his pitiful state, the goat-horned cultist's eyes wavered. Seizing the opportunity, I cast Watcher of Dread on one of the cultists in the midst of casting gravity control. The eye-shaped patterns on my head armor glowed ominously. A downgraded version of the Abyssal Fear, the Watcher of Dread showed terrifying illusions to one opponent. It was very effective when used in situations where the enemies were confused, like now. The color drained from the face of the cultist under the influence of Watcher of Dread. Ah. No. Please, forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, hey. Snap out of it. With both hands clutching his head, he hesitated to sit down on the spot. The weight pressing down on me became lighter. I lifted my head and aimed the tip of my nose at the remaining goat-horned cultist. He snarled at me, but there was nothing he could do. I widened my lower jaw. A rapidly growing green lump shot out from inside my throat. The horrifying mass filled with deadly fungal spores aimed straight for the goat-horned cultist's palm. Though within the area where gravity was manipulated, it couldn't fly far, but it didn't matter. As long as it made contact with any part of his body, it would be enough. And the fungal spores touched the enemy's right hand. This is Mew. Ugh, ah. As the fungus began to corrode, his hand quickly melted away. The ivory armor tried to recover somehow, but the lost hand couldn't be restored. Even losing his right hand in an instant, someone who could maintain their composure was not abnormal among ordinary creatures. Finally free from gravity control, I looked at the last remaining leader. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Senior. Please don't hit me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Her eyes quickly swept over her panicked comrades. I felt the pressure in her right hand, which held the judgment. The cult leader seemed determined to bury herself here. Not running away. Her heartbeat was still intense, but compared to a moment ago, she seemed somewhat calmer. There was no fear in her gaze as she stared at me. Rather, there was a sense of relief. Wait, could it be? Seeing her like that, I realized why she was acting this way. The player sent telepathy. She must have asked to delay because she was going to arrive. Maybe when the cultists' tactics changed earlier, it was a signal that the player was coming. I scanned the vicinity with auxiliary devices. There was still no sign of any particularly powerful energy flow. I need to move. This wasn't the right place to fight him. I turned and retreated. As if my prediction was correct, the cult leader didn't chase after me. Instead, she attended to the injured. She's finished anyway. I still had one more trap up my sleeve. Although I acquired the characteristics a long time ago, I never had a chance to use them. If it goes off, that woman dies. I ignored the leader and ran along the dark corridor. Damn it. As the guy's presence was no longer felt, Alia sat down on the floor. There had been several instances where her life was at stake while fighting strong monsters. It was natural for the temple guardians to step in only when monsters appeared that were difficult to subdue by conventional means. But today's opponent was the most terrifying she had encountered. Her lover, Jason's words were true. He was a monster so terrifying that even being called a demon wouldn't be an exaggeration. From what she saw, the true power of the three-headed demon was its outstanding stratagems. He fought several steps ahead of her, a veteran member. Even now, it's the same. He could have killed her, But he chose not to and retreated. He must have foreseen that her lover would come here. He is a threat to the Empire. After tending to the injured, Alia approached Bylan, who was leaning against the wall. Bylan knelt before her. With his neck paralyzed, his eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. Jason said he's being controlled, but Bylan must return alive for the sake of Alia, no, for the sake of the Empire's security. She was the one who survived the longest by the side of the three-headed demon. Until she extracted the necessary information from her head, she couldn't let her die. Sensing the affection in Alia's gaze, Bylan spoke. Lady Alia, I'm sorry. It's because you're useful to the Empire. There's no need to apologize. Though Alia spoke coldly, Bylan's reaction was peculiar. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Ugh. Bylan continued to retch, then dropped his head. Hey. What's wrong? The moment she approached Bylan, she suddenly raised her head. What used to be Bylan no longer resembled the person Alia knew. Vines grew from every hole in her eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and face. The moment she saw this, telepathy flew into Alia's mind. Buck. It's tetanus vines. Alia. Get back. What? Before Alia could understand what her lover meant, Bylan's head exploded. Pieces of red vine turned into small fragments and flew towards Alia. What's happening? Alia wiped off the vine pieces and unknown red liquids from her upper body. She looked down at the headless corpse with a horrified expression. Red vines writhed like worms inside the cleanly severed section of the neck. Seeing this, Alia felt a sudden itchiness on her left shoulder. Why all of a sudden? Ugh. She thought the wounds from the battle with the monster had healed, but they hadn't. The itching was brief, and soon, severe pain began to spread from her shoulder to her entire upper body. Ugh. Ah. It was as if countless bugs were crawling inside the veins beneath her skin. She clawed at her torso as if tearing it apart. Unable to scratch due to the protective effect of the ivory armor, she began to remove the reinforced clothing and scratch. The delicate flesh quickly turned into a bloody mess. Was it because of this? She hadn't noticed thin vine-like things wriggling inside the wounds where blood flowed. Finally, she understood why Bylan had ended up like that. And what her own fate would be. Alia. In the midst of fading consciousness, she heard her lover's voice. Despite the immense pain, she ran towards the direction from which her lover's voice came. Was it due to instincts driven by love, or was it because of the commands of the entities crawling inside her body? Whatever it was, she didn't know. Buck. Once again, she heard incomprehensible words. The moment she heard those words, Alia no longer felt any pain. To be precise, she didn't feel any sensation other than pain. Amorphachichichich. You damn son of a bitch. Because of you, my Alia died. She couldn't understand what her beloved boyfriend's words meant. Couldn't blame her. Even if she was a cultist, without a head, she would die. Chapter 182. In the tunnel, echoing like a cry, the enemy's shouts were heard. The emotion contained in his voice was solely one, intense rage. Alright. With that, the possibility of the enemy retreating decreased. The enemy player would never consider going back until they've killed me. Amorph. The opponent was the third player I encountered after Muriel and the Mother of the Sky. Unlike when facing Muriel, I had limited information about the enemy. It was going to be a tough fight. Not that I'm planning to lose, though. I ran across the solid ice, reassessing the cards I held. The tetanus vine I had prepared to ambush the enemy had just been used. The tetanus vine is a characteristic infection related to a motif of carnivorous plants often seen in classic horror movies. Its method of infection is similar to using parasites. Within my combat arm, there is space where parasites and tetanus vine seeds can inhabit. Just as parasites can emerge from small holes in my arm when needed, tetanus vine seeds come out from holes inside my palm. The difference is that unlike parasites that enter the opponent's body automatically, the tetanus vine cannot. It exists in seed form within my body, so I have to inject it directly into the opponent. Once inside the opponent's body, the tetanus vine, which consumes nutrients, grows at a very fast rate. It fully matures in as little as 5 minutes, or at most 10 minutes, and then prepares for reproduction. It becomes a human bomb right away. The tetanus vine, spreading through the bloodstream, explodes itself when a new host appears nearby. It's akin to cutting a branch of a plant and planting it in the ground, resulting in new growth. Of course, it's obvious, but the host dies during the explosion process. It's no different from a grenade detonating inside their body. Thanks to these characteristics, I often used parasites and tetanus vines together for large-scale skirmishes or surprise attacks shortly before a battle. Many players with experience fighting against me have often killed players controlled by parasites as a precaution. So, the cult players chasing after me won't be fooled anymore. It served well as a provocation and bait. Aside from the tetanus vine, among other hidden cards, there are the bone beast and revenant organs I acquired recently. Both traits play a crucial role in Amorph's battles. They are traits I frequently used in the game. The bone beast can be thought of as a combination of the effects of King of Monsters and Symbol of Hunt that I obtained. Of course, it doesn't become significantly stronger like when using King of Monsters or Symbol of Hunt. The effects of the bone beast can be summarized into two major aspects: enlargement and reinforcement of defense. Since it's a trait made from the giant creature trait and bone axe trait, it inherits both effects. When the bone beast trait is activated, my body becomes slightly larger than when using the giant creature trait alone. Currently, my body length is around 28 meters, and it increases by about 3 times from here. Of course, as the body grows, so does the strength. Up to this point, it's similar to a regular enlargement, but there's an additional aspect in the bone beast state. That is, a hard bone glove is added to the surface of the body. It's similar to when using Symbol of Hunt, where exoskeletons grow all over my body. With thick gloves and additional spike-like bones, I can collide with opponents of similar caliber and deliver blows. But there's no increase in speed, though. It's disappointing to think that the speed doesn't increase when using Symbol of Hunt, but rather decreases. If it's as good as the Symbol of Hunt, then that's a problem, too. Expecting the same level as a transcendent trait gained through the transcendent system for a bone beast trait that's merely a fusion trait is excessive greed. Although it's not at the level of Symbol of Hunt, a powerful bone beast saved as a hidden card. It can be used when facing enemy players. Plus, I currently possess the special state trait, King of Organic Evolution, which allows me to transform. Thanks to consuming ice horror, I have abundant energy. The energy to sustain the bone beast is sufficient due to the situation where a creature several hundred meters in size is inside me. Let's use King of Monsters, which consumes extreme energy, depending on the situation. And the revenant organs. As the name suggests, the revenant organs are traits related to resurrection. It doesn't really bring back the dead, though. This fusion trait, made from the ghost state, functions differently from other traits. Most of the traits I possess are either constantly active like passive traits or provide special effects when activated. In contrast, the revenant organs only work conditionally. Although not visible, there's a very small secretion organ attached to my heart. If the conditions are met, this organ activates on its own and secretes special hormones into my heart. Even for someone like a morph, who can actively regulate activities within the body, the revenant organs were uncontrollable. It's a trait that, like in the game, only operates when conditions are met. And that's not all. The effectiveness of the revenant organs varies depending on how powerful I am and what state I'm in. If I fail to meet these conditions properly, even if I activate it, it's useless. Plus, the cooldown is incredibly long. Due to these difficult conditions, there are hardly any players in the game who have properly utilized this trait. At most, it was players like me and the 4th Outspacer ranker who enjoyed this trait. But when they see me now, there's no joker card like this. If properly activated, the revenant organs are a powerful weapon that can immediately turn the situation around. If used well, it can seriously give cult players a hard time in battle. Then let's prepare from the Divine Spectre. While checking my last options, I felt a familiar yet strange sensation in front of me. Countless images appeared and disappeared in front of me as if the video speed was doubled. At the same time, the auxiliary organ under my jaw trembled. An unknown danger is approaching. Is targeting my predator sense. As I ran through the corridor, I quickly pressed my body to the ground. A sinister energy mass barely grazed my back and the exoskeleton above my neck. When the energy bullets hit the corridor wall, the spot where they hit evaporated with a sinister sound. Fucking cunt. Where do you think you're running? Angry voices from behind. They were cultists. Then, I felt ominous energy bullets flying towards me. TCH. The cultists protecting the player had fired demolishers at me. The demolisher bullets were precisely aimed at my auxiliary organs. They knew that was my weakness. I quickly covered the auxiliary organ part with my combat arm as I turned my head to the side. Most of the energy bullets missed, but not all of them. A few struck my arm. Pain nullification activated. The synthetic scales and exoskeletons around my wrist melted like ice on a hot plate as soon as they came into contact with the material fired by the demolishers. So, this was the reason for the ambush. Because of my size, it wasn't easy to avoid small energy bullets. That's why I decided to ambush them before they could shoot demolishers from over there. I raised only my upper body, turned my head backward, and exerted force on my tail to strike the ceiling of the corridor. As the collapsing ceiling fell backward, I ran again. Unable to shoot demolishers due to the ice and rocks covering the corridor, the enemies fired psychic techniques at me. Gravity control and restraints poured behind my back, but I was a step faster. Some of the psychic techniques hit the tip of my tail, but Swamp King's pincers are attached to my tail. As the defense against psychic attacks is the best on my body, I was unharmed. But the coordination is unusual. The cultists who entered the underground space of the ice plane divided into 3 groups and aimed at me. I fought directly with the other 2 groups, excluding those protecting the players. Except for the cult leader killed by tetanus vines, there were no particularly impressive individuals among the rest. However, the movements of those attacking me with the enemy players were distinctly different. The coordination was smooth, as if their heads were connected as one. But it doesn't seem like a buff technique. Given the situation, there is one technique that comes to mind. Among the top psychic power techniques, there is a technique called Ultra Control. It's a crowd control device that completely controls the mind of a specific target. It has a similar effect to parasites but can be manipulated more finely, and the victim cannot resist. And there's no time limit. Unlike a morph, who needs to constantly replace parasites, once Ultra Control is activated, it won't be released until either the user or the victim dies. The drawbacks are that it doesn't work well against enemies prepared for psychic attacks, and only one person can be controlled at a time. So it's highly unlikely. Or it could be a unique bonus effect possessed by him. It might be a trait that gives a wide range of buffs to other cultists. I heard a rumbling from behind as I ran. It was the sound of cult players breaking through the collapsed corridor. Then, the footsteps of many cultists moving vibrated the corridor. But it doesn't matter. I've reached my goal. I broke through the half-collapsed, narrowed corridor and entered the wide chamber. In front of me, a white skull spanning hundreds of meters is visible. It's the Tomb of Ice Horror, where I lured and fought the cultists before. As soon as I entered, I quickly turned my head and prepared for the next attack. The long tentacles covering from the back of the head to the neck of the giant monster moved towards me. Violet energy beams emanated from the tip of my tail gathered towards the head through the synthetic scales. A large sphere with a diameter of 6 meters, larger than my head, was formed at the tip of my snout. The sphere, burning with violet flames from the inside out, flew towards the corridor where the enemies were rushing. The perfectly round sphere turned into a line as straight as the horizon. Although thinner, its destructive power remained the same. The mighty force that even battleships couldn't withstand, the psychic breath, tore through the underground chamber's corridor and advanced. But this time, the desired result didn't happen. The violet spear flying through the ice corridor stopped abruptly in mid-air. Then, the line turned naturally, as if it should have been that way from the beginning. The manipulated psychic breath wasn't aimed at the cultists but at me. Damn it. I quickly pulled my tail forward and raised the pincers. The fierce psychic breath collided with my pincers. Pain nullification activated. Oof. Due to the tremendous impact, my tailbone almost broke. I used my combat arms to hold the pincers like a shield and block the psychic breath. Thanks to the psychic reflection gloves applied to the pincers, the psychic breath started reflecting again. Due to the successive reflections, the violet energy beams lost their target and flew around, hitting nearby areas. The wide underground chamber received a huge shock and shook again. Cracks in the ceiling and walls grew to an unprecedented size. Giant ice fragments fell from above like icicles, revealing the enemy players and cultists. Annoying. A cult player wearing black full-body armor with deer antlers muttered irritably. He carried a small silver stick at his waist and an axe, condemnation, on his back, which the female cult leader was holding bare. As soon as I saw him, I knew. He was a cult player who targeted and found me. In front of the player stood 11 cultists, all armed like other temple guardians. They wore ivory bodysuits and wielded champion shields. 6 of them held Galagon's claw swords, while 5 held demolishers. At first glance, they didn't seem different from other Temple Guardian groups, but I quickly noticed something odd about them. Their eyes were cloudy, like those of madmen, and their breathing patterns were identical, without any variation among the 11. Moreover, being able to detect psychic powers as an auxiliary device, I could see it. Each of the 11 cultists had a purple stem attached to their foreheads, all connected to the players and linked to the back of their necks. That damn amorph bastard, because of you, my Alia died. Damn, it was so difficult for me to target her. A player with a ruggedly handsome face spat out curses. Treated as nobility in the cult society, the deer antler cultist spoke like a thug, but the cultists in front showed no reaction. Seeing that, I was certain. I knew what the enemy's special ability was. Enhancing the effects of psychic power techniques. Just now, the reflection of my psychic breath and the purple stems attached to the cultists' foreheads. They both seemed to derive from some ability. Reflection and ultra control are evident. The reflection ability is probably reflection. Originally, it was a technique that only reflected physical attacks, but for some reason, it can now reflect psychic attacks as well. Ultra control, too, originally had the characteristic of controlling only one person at a time, but he is controlling 11 people simultaneously. Given that, it's highly likely that the enemy's special ability greatly enhances the effects of psychic power techniques. The reason I speculate this is because it felt similar to me. Of course, I can't jump to conclusions. What's important here is that they can also reflect energy-based attacks. If that's the case, executing my plan becomes much easier. I opened my mouth to buy time to prepare for the next move. It's because of me. I can't understand. You can't understand. You implanted tetanus vines, and she got completely messed up. I could have healed her, but you killed her. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Or do you have traps or nests set up around here? Or maybe that wolf slave of yours? What do you mean? Do you think I wouldn't know? That griffin wolf, you ate it, right? Ah, whatever. First, deal with yourself, then think about it. As soon as his words ended, the cultists in front of him raised their weapons. The demolisher, aimed at my auxiliary device, seemed like it would fire energy at any moment. But I was also ready. I lowered myself to the ground, bringing my upper body as close to the floor as possible. The ensues on my back were preparing to attack. Ensues are positioned on the back when not transformed into symbols of hunting. Due to their body structure, to attack smaller enemies like this, I had no choice but to lie down like this. TL/and well, I too do not understand this word, but it was like this in the rows. I'll make the PR do some research on it, and he'll change it. PR/and minus. Fire. The ensues unleashed their sonic attacks. The small monsters in the shape of cult heads emitted sound waves towards the cultists holding demolishers. TSK. The player lightly clicked his tongue as he watched. The cultists controlled by him quickly avoided the attacks, but they couldn't all dodge. 3 cultists holding demolishers were paralyzed by the sonic attacks and collapsed to the ground like boiled dolls. Seems like they can't reflect sound waves. I stored that fact in the corner of my mind. Meanwhile, my body moved diligently. The tip of my tail aimed at the cultists who had evaded the sound waves. As I spread the pincers at the end of my tail, the thorns packed inside shot towards the cultists. Here we go. Anticipating this, the cultists holding champion shields moved agilely. Approaching the demolisher gunners in an instant, they used their shields to block the thorns. Then, other cultists cast gravity control on me. The gravity around the space I was standing in changed drastically, putting pressure on the entire chamber. It seemed like the cultists had unleashed all the limiters with ultra control, and the output was tremendous. I was forced to keep my head down, unable to do anything but drive it into the ground. You acted like a jerk in reality, and you're doing the same here. Know that you'll never get away with it. Despite the lackeys casting gravity control, bleeding from their eyes, noses, and mouths, the player paid no attention at all. Seeing him act so cockily, I struggled to say a word. You thought you could mess with me like this? This damn amorph bastard, catching you was easier than I thought, huh? Is that so? Still, Alia, she was a decent one. Thinking about it pisses me off again. As he irritatedly gestured, a cultist with a demolisher fired an energy blast at my head. Part of the tentacles of the monster, struck by the energy blast that dismantled everything, was cut off. Pain nullification activated. Ugh. Does it hurt? You little piece of crap. Unintentionally, A scream escaped my lips due to the pain beyond imagination. Seeing this, the player chuckled. You know, the longest I've tortured someone like you is a year. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. The player seemed pleased at the thought of torturing me. But there's one thing he doesn't know yet. I'm not just sitting still because I'm afraid of him or because I have no way to fight back. While he's off guard, the preparation for his trait is complete. Forget everything I've said. What? Instead of answering, I raised my head slightly. And then, I opened my mouth wide. From the moment I fired the thorns, the power of my brain's preparation surged from my chest. The massive energy, dormant in my chest like a beast with a collar, received the signal and surged forth. A brilliant golden beam, illuminating the dark underground chamber, the divine spear, erupted from my mouth. What? The player, seeing this, was startled, spreading his arms. It seemed he intended to deploy reflection, as he did when blocking psychic breath. However, the divine spear I fired flew towards the wall far above them, not towards him. It created a huge hole in the ice ceiling, powerful enough to destroy an Imperial battleship. The remaining energy spread through the underground chamber like lightning in the night sky, traveling along the ice walls and ceiling of the chamber. As a result of being hit by the divine spear, the underground chamber shook as if there had been an earthquake. Ah, ha ha ha. You crazy bastard. That missed. As the power of the brain was expelled, I felt my strength drain from my body. Seeing me drop my head, the player grinned. Missed, did it? Well, did it really? Anyway, your lightning attacks won't be able to block. Ah. The player, who was mocking me, fell silent. It was understandable. The vibrations occurring within the chamber were abnormal. I never aimed for you in the first place. He probably doesn't know why I fought here in the first place. When I first entered, I should have been wary after seeing the corpse of the ice horror behind me. Fighting the ice horror, the place was in a precarious state. Above our heads lay a vast expanse of ice several hundred meters thick. The reason this underground world had been sustained was simple. There hadn't been an impact large enough to upset the balance. But since I started fighting the ice horror, that precarious balance had been completely shattered. The ice walls, like the mythical atlas supporting the giant ice masses, were all a mess, and the ice ceiling above our heads had cracks larger than the intact areas. In such a state, using the divine spear was impossible to endure. First, let's deal with your lackeys here and then leave. This damn bastard. The startled player spat out curses and tried to use reflection, but it was woefully inadequate to block the massive ice chunk descending upon him. Watching him exerting all his effort to block, I drew the next card. Now's the chance. The Bone Beast, turning a morph into a giant monster. Its trait was activated. Within the collapsing chamber, my body began to grow rapidly. Chapter 183. Jason's player group viewed the rest of existence as NPCs. Similar in nature to groups aiming for game clearance, but with one significant difference. They had little interest in leaving this world. Unlike the real world, here they were kings, mythical beings in themselves. Jason was a character who lived fairly decently in reality, but that didn't mean he was happier here. Other members felt much the same. In that regard, they were similar to players who chose to live assimilated into the space survival world. Of course, what Jason's group desired wasn't assimilation but domination. Moreover, Jason had an exceptionally good start within the group. Thanks to becoming a noble of the cult, akin to aristocracy within a cult society, he smoothly adapted to this world. Not only that, he boasted special privileges that synergize well with the cult. People around him supported him, and his own power exceeded the limits of the cult. Naturally, his self-awareness had to become stronger than necessary. After understanding this world as a space survival world, he lived like a protagonist in a comic or a novel. Like collecting unique characters in a game, he made useful NPCs his own, and eliminated anything blocking his path. Occasionally, if he fancied a woman, he would use mind control techniques like ultra control. As a result, he had more than 20 lovers within the Empire. Slaves who couldn't even be treated as lovers were too numerous to count. To him, this world was a playground in the game. Except for group comrades, the rest were mere toys. When toys became tiresome, he handed them over to Chloe or Chewbacca to be used as their experimental materials. Even his own kind were seen as nothing more than slaves by the tyrant, not equal beings. That was Jason's essence. In fact, this life, which seemed to have everything, actually proved that he was a very lonely individual. But he didn't realize it. Anyway, living without deprivation for a long time, Jason was greatly displeased with the painful reality that recently befell him. Moreover, the one who exacerbated this situation was the Amorph, whom he most abhorred. He killed his 17th lover with his own hands, and the temple guards he had cherished and nurtured were slaughtered. As he diligently blocked the collapsing ceiling, the figure of that bastard was changing. Gray bones and exoskeletons protruded from the black, monotonous body, and the body itself was growing rapidly. Its name was Bone Beast, one of the combat abilities Amorphs enjoyed using in the game. Having fought the Amorph several times, he knew how dangerous this ability was. It won't work. It might be too difficult to keep being dragged around by the Amorph any longer. He decided to use his third privilege. 4 years ago, there was an event known as the Vortex Order Cleansing Operation in the Cult Society. It was publicly known as such, but in reality, it was a war between players. Jason, Chloe, and Cynthia successfully hunted down a cold-blood rancor by joining forces, and in the process, Jason gained a new privilege. It might be a bit early. Jason activated his third privilege, blocking falling rocks and ice with reflections. Then, a golden, translucent shadow-like figure appeared behind him. The golden form had antlers protruding from its head, resembling a splendid crown. Golden energy particles swirled around its arms like a garment, while its lower body was absent, instead connected to Jason's spine. The purple outer eye embedded in the golden head looked at the temple guards being controlled, causing something strange to happen. As the bodies of the cultists transformed into golden particles, they merged with the golden figure. The golden figure, now having absorbed all 11 cultists, had a much clearer color than before. As Jason raised his arm, the golden figure mirrored the action. Then, with a tremendous light, their bodies shot upward. What was that just now? While his body was transforming, my auxiliary systems detected an anomaly. It was the first time I felt this type of energy since coming to this world. It resembled psychic power, but it felt much more concentrated. The enemy player used that power to break through the collapsing passage head-on. He flew upwards through the ceiling, leaving me alone underground. I don't sense any movement from the other cultists. Before the player left, mysterious energy absorbed all the psychic powers in the vicinity. Given the absence of the cult's distinctive energy, it was easy to guess what happened to them. An ability to absorb energy. Such a creature existed, but it was not something the cult could do. Clearly, they used means unknown to me. I don't see any equipment I don't recognize. The equipment the player wore was the Predator set, obtainable as a quest reward. No other equipment was detected. I need to go out and see for myself. It's risky to fight recklessly in a situation where information about the enemy is lacking, especially if the opponent is formidable. Despite the playful antics, the player seemed proficient in using psychic power techniques. The privileges only available to players also seemed very powerful. But I can't avoid this fight. He chased me all the way to this remote planet. Even if I run away, he'll somehow track me down. So let's deal with it here. Having completed my transformation, I began to pierce through the massive ice formations with my overwhelmingly enlarged arms. Until I activated the Bone Beast, the ice formations that seemed endlessly large now felt like clumps of snow squeezed by a child's hands. Even the bones of the ice horror, which boasted a size enough to cover my body, now failed to give off such an overwhelming feeling. Of course, my body length had almost reached 100 meters. Not only had the size increased, but the thickness of the exoskeleton covering my body, as well as the size of the densely covered composite scales, had also grown significantly. In addition, my body was covered with an exoskeleton made of bone material identical to bones. A gray exoskeleton covered my black exoskeleton, protecting it. On top of the gray exoskeleton were bone-like spikes resembling scythes, packed densely enough to look quite threatening even to me. To summarize my current appearance briefly, it would be fair to say that I, the former Amorph, had flipped an exoskeleton armor made of animal bones onto myself. With that size increase, it was truly an appearance deserving of being called a giant monster. Although I had seen countless bone beasts in games, this feeling of experiencing it firsthand was definitely new. I'd like to examine it further, but ahead lies a battle with a formidable foe. I smashed through ice and rocks, ascending upward. Thanks to the blunt bone spikes protruding from my body, which served as picks or shovels, I could easily clear away the ice. I ascended to the icy plain much faster than when I descended. Outside, gray clouds heavily covered the sky. The snowfield where I stepped foot no longer deserved to be called an ice plain. Due to the significant depression in the middle, it had become rugged. Rugged snow and ice piles. And beneath the dark sky, he stood. The player with the bizarre golden figure attached to his back. He was waiting for me. Is that it? What caught my attention was not the player himself, but the strange entity attached to his back. Composed of golden particles, it seemed ethereal like a shadow yet somehow felt three-dimensional. Thanks to Amorph's unique developed senses, I could tell that it was forming a single entity due to extreme energy concentration. The golden figure had a form similar to the player's, but antlers protruded from the crown, tangled as if wearing a coronet. Apart from a vivid purple outer eye on its face, there was nothing else. Around its arms, particles swirled, resembling long silk drapes. Seems like summoning-related tech. In space survival, summoning tech was closer to the possession or descent of higher-dimensional beings rather than mere summoning. Cold-bloods who rode the Vortex Order social faction route, or heretic cultists, could harness the power of the Vortex Order. If it can materialize to that extent, the cost must be enormous. Summoning is a high-risk, high-return technology, so it's not easy to use. Although the enemy player stared at me as if about to kill me, it didn't seem like he paid an enormous price to summon that entity. Is it an equipment effect, or perhaps it's due to a special ability? Either way, it seems extraordinary. So he had a hidden ace up his sleeve. Even when I used the Spear of the Gods, he seemed confident. He probably judged that he had it under control. Normally, summonings that are unified with the user can't move independently. It's likely specialized for assisting in cult battles or summoning specialized for ranged combat. Maybe both. But that's not the only problem. Although attention was focused on the alien golden figure, dealing with the player wielding the Predator set was also challenging. For example, the black armor he wore for body protection. Made of black gargoyle scales and leather, it offered considerable defense. Although it was evaluated as one step lower than the Ice Horror's exoskeleton, just being compared to the extremely high defense of the enemy was remarkable in itself. I don't have the means to destroy that armor in one blow. Unless it's a reinforced body with the symbol of hunting or bone beast, the king of monsters. Moreover, the Predator set includes more than just armor. The player who had been eyeing me drew a silver rod from his waist. The golden figure imitated him, also pulling something from its waist. As he held the rod and pressed his thumb, black flames spewed out from the end of the rod. The blazing black flames gradually subsided, refined into a slender black blade. The weapon resembling a torch is the purification part of the Predator set. Its equipment inspired by the space opera movies famous before my birth, featuring cosmic weapons. I wish it ended there, but alas. The golden figure's arm behind him transformed, taking a form similar to purification. The wielder of the weapon immediately swung the sword diagonally towards my direction. The golden figure moved in sync with the player. As the figure extended the sword, it flew towards me to strike. Shit. I quickly twisted my body to evade the attack. The sword strike in the form of golden particles brushed past the upper arm area of my combat arm and passed by. As I transformed into bone beast mode, the neatly layered exoskeleton covering my body was cleanly sliced. The sword strike didn't stop even after hitting me, flying backward for quite a distance. Dodging the initial attack, I dashed towards him. With each stomp of my combat arm on the ground, snow and ice fragments piled up flew upwards. As the 100-meter giant moved, creating a tsunami of snow and ice, it engulfed the player along with me. How should I counter this? Is it reflection, or another psychic power? However, the cult player acted completely different from my expectations. No, to be precise, it wasn't him but the golden figure behind him. Ugh. Feeling a chilling sensation from the monster's tentacle at the back of my head, I immediately lowered my head forward. Then, the whip-like golden arm passed over my head. As if falling forward, I sprayed acidic fungus towards the spot where he stood, maintaining the same posture. The green fungus flying amidst the snowstorm was blocked by the brilliant golden shield. Beyond the swirling snow, the golden figure was seen protecting the player with sword and shield. The cult player, protected by the summoning, looked at me with a raised eyebrow. Indeed. Fighting against him won't be easy. Chapter 184. When I crawled up from the depths, white pellets began to fall from the dark sky. It was the return of the quiet snowstorm. Amidst the falling snow, we eyed each other. Why? Am I not allowed to be dissatisfied? The enemy player mocked me with a relaxed expression. Despite the swirling snow, the golden figure shimmered brilliantly, steadfastly protecting its summoner. Without reacting to his mockery, I reflected on our recent clash. That enigmatic particle. It was certainly not a psychic power. If it were, even a slight reflection would have been possible with my psychic reflection gloves. Furthermore, size doesn't matter. The size of the golden figure was barely between 5 meters to 6 meters, but it was deceptive. When it swung its arm like a sword just now, its length extended considerably. Or rather, as it swung its arm, the arrangement of the golden particles composing it changed, transforming into a thin, elongated blade-like form. It looks like a blade, but it's actually under his control. In other words, the golden figure could freely alter its form. Such a concept of summoning creatures didn't exist in the game. It might be a newly acquired ability, or perhaps it was the effect of some bonus he possessed, obtained by killing someone just as I had obtained the plunderer's irregular polyhedron by killing Muriel. At least 2, if not more. I tried to gain insight from the enemy player, hoping to glean something useful, but there was nothing concrete. Just a message indicating that there was information included that couldn't be verified, much like when I saw Muriel. The only information I could gather was the enemy player's name. Jason. The fact that his real name didn't appear was also similar to Muriel. Even with the predator sense triggered underground, his name didn't appear correctly. Moreover, it appeared sporadically amidst heavy noise. Is it because the player is the opponent? I didn't know why it was happening like this, but I'd have to think about that later. Having organized my thoughts in a short time, I moved again. Blunt claws sprouted around my tail and lower body, transforming into bone-like spikes that struck fiercely at the snow and ice. My body, spanning over 100 meters, surged forward like a storm. In an instant, I approached Jason, the cult player, and struck him with my combat arm. Umphy. Jason countered my attack with a scoff, his golden form acting as a shield. When his shield met mine, the bone spikes attached to my arm snapped and broke. Useless, isn't it? Holding his left arm identically, Jason flicked his right arm. As the summoner moved, the golden figure attempted to attack me once again. A golden sword sliced through my head armor. As the sword met my head, intense sparks flew. Due to the tail and crab claws and the head armor boasting the highest defense on my body, it wasn't easily severed. Though I couldn't prevent the wounds that went several centimeters deep. Until when will you hold out? As he adjusted his posture again, I pulled out all 6 corrosive tendrils from my back. The tendrils, like snakes emerging from a jar, entangled the golden figure. With the tendrils still attached, I exerted force, pulling the figure. Connected to the figure, Jason's body momentarily staggered. Flying towards the swaying figure, I wiped my eyes covered in snow. At the end of my tail, the crab claw opened wide. Due to the bone beast, the size of the claw was roughly 10 meters. If caught by claws as sturdy as those of the ice horror's armor, even the dragon slayer set wouldn't escape. You thought. However, Jason remained calm. The moment he opened his mouth, the golden figure disintegrated into particles, slipping through my tendrils. In the blink of an eye, the reconstituted figure swiftly formed a shield, blocking my claw. Unlike other parts, the shield-shaped left arm bore a deeper shade of gold. That was easy. And the golden figure retaliated like a fencer extending their sword. I lifted my head to evade the attack aimed at the auxiliary organ below my jaw, flying towards me. But his attack wasn't over yet. Jason, who had been still until now, propelled himself off the ground and leapt into the air. As the shield enveloping him disappeared, my tail brushed past under his feet, and he stepped on the air like stairs, rising up towards my chest. Compared to me, Jason was significantly smaller, so there wasn't much to worry about, but the problem was the summoned creature clinging to his back. A huge blade formed from the reconstituted golden figure behind him flew towards me to slice through my body. Oh, no. It was difficult to dodge in this situation. Quickly, I spread out the aerial membrane attached to my combat arms. Originally meant for aerial use, the aerial membrane wasn't suitable for flight above ground. However, with my increased size, the aerial membranes attached to each of my 6 arms had also expanded. With wings spanning tens of meters each, it was impossible not to lift my body momentarily. With the membrane spread out, I vigorously swung my arms. A strong wind swept beneath me, lifting my body upwards. Ag. Jason blinked in the flying wind. The blade that had been about to cut through my abdomen dispersed into golden particles in an instant. Trickster. With his shout, The blade that had lost its momentum instantly returned to its original form and lightly grazed my exoskeleton. In the meantime, I soared backwards, swinging my tail forward as if sweeping a broom. I had expected him to form a shield like before, but this time, he took a different action. As Jason spread his left hand wide, a formless energy field appeared, pushing my tail back. It was the psychokinetic power technique, reflection, which reflected the opponent's attack. Despite the tremendous recoil from the energy reflected by my tail, I utilized that recoil. My body was pushed backward by the reflected energy flow. As I landed on the snowy ground, a gigantic spear made of golden particles flew towards me. I intercepted the persistent attack aimed at my auxiliary device with corrosive tendrils. Due to the tendrils, the trajectory of the distorted spear deviated, turning into small pellets of light before returning to its owner's body. You stubborn bastard. Do you have nothing else to do besides running away? Why so silent? You, the esteemed 5th rank in the rankings. Jason sneered at me, but I didn't respond. There was something more important than that. That just now. In just a few minutes, I had obtained 2 very important pieces of information. He lost his form when he blinked. In the wind generated when I soared into the air, Jason blinked for a brief moment. During that moment, the golden figure had fragmented into particles. Literally in the blink of an eye, but I didn't miss it. That form is affected by his senses. It seems particularly important for constructing his form visually. Perhaps if I managed to evade his sight, actions like shooting blades or throwing spears would be nullified. And there's a cooldown for changing his form. After blinking, the reconstituted golden figure tried to attack me with a blade again but failed. Right after that, my tail attempted to strike him, but he transformed it into a shield. Unlike before, he used reflection to block it. This part is still not certain. Whether he set a trap or acted without much thought remains to be excluded. Let's experiment once. I spread out the aerial membrane. Widely and vigorously swept the ground. The ground in front of me cracked, and ice fragments and piled up snow began to scatter in the air, covering my path. And I started running in the opposite direction without a cover. Trying to run away from here with no cover. Escape? Of course not. Due to me, the terrain of the icy plain became rugged, making it difficult to find a place to hide. Moreover, it's all covered in pure white snow unlike my jet black body, so there's no way to conceal myself. But that's okay. From now on, my actions should appear as if I'm trying to hide my body. As expected, the little amorph noticed it quickly. In the snow blanketing the ground, Jason briefly licked his lips. It hadn't been long since we fought, yet he already identified the weakness of the advantage he used. The identity of the golden figure connected to his spine is a cluster of tiny particle-like parasitic organisms. The organisms are so small, and they are closely interconnected, making the entire cluster appear as one entity. Usually stored inside Jason's body, they emerge connected to his spine whenever he activates his advantage, forming the golden figure as it is now. In essence, Jason is a living nest of parasitic organisms resembling golden particles, no different from a brain. Therefore, his cognitive abilities are greatly influenced by them. What he doesn't see, the parasitic organisms cannot see, and what he doesn't know, the parasitic organisms also do not know. To catch that in such a short moment. Truly a madman. Strictly speaking, it could be considered a weakness, but Jason wasn't overly concerned. He's a powerful psychic power user, positioned almost as a priest in the cult empire. He has plenty of means to enhance his cognitive abilities and senses. Standing there, Jason cast psychic techniques to enhance his senses. Then, information about where I moved rapidly filled his mind, my diminishing energy, the psionic waves dissipating somewhere like thin threads. Jason didn't miss even the smallest piece of information. Psychic waves. Trying to call the slave. I already know that he considers the mother of the sky as a slave, having seen it through the eyes of a temple guardian. Come to think of it, that griffin wolf, could it be a player? Considering the circumstances, it's highly likely that wolf is a player, as per the message left by Muriel before her death. A player. If it's a man, they're useless except for the advantage, so kill them right away, and if it's a woman. It's been a while since I had a wolf slave. Deciding to play around with it for a bit before killing, Jason leisurely followed the traces left by a morph. Though the traces left in the heavy snowfall were almost gone, it was no hindrance to him. Psychic powers don't just disappear easily even in heavy snow. He activated psychic power techniques for defense like reflection, then raised his arms high. The golden figure's sword attached to his back expanded to a size of tens of meters behind him. That should be enough, right? Having increased the figure's size to probably over 1/3 of my body, Jason swung his arms toward the snowdrift. The huge golden sword, enlarged to be visible even from the distant mountain range, descended onto the snow. With a deafening sound, several fragments fell into the air. Through his enhanced senses, he could feel that among those fragments were flesh pieces from my body. Looking at the fallen pieces, the destroyed area looked like one of his arms due to the gigantic finger joints rolling on the snow, easily exceeding 5 meters. Seeing that the debris was larger than expected, Jason was taken aback. Even if its size was around 100 meters, its fingers weren't supposed to be that big. What's that big? Wait. Sensing something amiss, Jason quickly rolled back and lifted himself up. At that moment, something huge emerged from beneath the snow drift where he stood. Oh, shit. For an instant, Jason thought 2 small mountains had sprouted beneath his feet. Astonishingly, it was a mouth, large enough to easily surpass dozens of meters. The jaws, which had been wide open from side to side under the snow until now, began to close to swallow him. It was like a trap set with leaves closing in, only this one was operational. There was no time to activate the shield. Despite already casting reflection, it was impossible to block the enormous jaws closing in from all directions. In the end, the only way was to retreat. He kicked the air and swiftly moved backward. Narrowly dodging the closing jaws like a trap in an ancient tomb, Jason barely escaped. However, he couldn't avoid the gigantic mouth that easily surpassed dozens of meters without a scratch. Just before escaping, one of his legs was grazed by the teeth, leaving a deep scratch. Arg. It's not just a scratch, each tooth is larger than him. Since such massive teeth passed by his leg, it's more accurate to say his leg was torn than just scratched. You bastard. Thanks to the Dragon Slayer set he wore, his wounds healed quickly, but it didn't eliminate the pain. However, Jason hadn't felt such intense pain in a long time, so he cursed vehemently. As if in response to the curse, the owner of the mouth in front of him began to slowly rise. You damn amorph. What? For a moment, he thought a solar eclipse had occurred on this planet, but it wasn't. It was a shadow created by some creature, not the moon's shadow. The owner of the shadow covering the snowy plain was a creature he knew well. The creature he detested the most. The monster he didn't even want to encounter in his nightmares. The amorph, with a size exceeding hundreds of meters, roared in front of him. Chapter 185. I looked down at the spot stuck in the white snowy field. Jason, who had quickly healed his calf wounds with the black Gagon armor effect, was looking up at me. Compared to the 6-meter-sized golden form, Jason's height couldn't be easily described as small from an objective standpoint. With a height of 2 meters, he was quite tall even among cult males. It doesn't matter in front of me. Whether it's 2 meters or 6 meters, it doesn't matter in front of me. Thanks to using the special state of King of Monsters in addition to the skeletal beast state, my body has become tremendously gigantic. The length of my body reached 300 meters, and the length of the lower jaw easily exceeded dozens of meters. To exaggerate a bit, it's like a moving mountain. I never expected to grow this big without reaching maturity. Even I, who knows everything about a morph, couldn't anticipate what Jason knew. He didn't even notice when I opened my mouth under the snow. Of course, he attacked with the golden form, suspecting that I might be hiding. As a result, one of his combat arms was severely injured, but I was relieved. Originally, this attack would have been enough to blow away 1/3 of my body. The fatal attack only resulted in injuring one arm. And through his attack, I was certain of one thing: the golden form's transformation requires time. It wasn't a long time, but it didn't matter. Even such a short cooldown during battle could act as a fatal weakness. What the fuck is this? I've never heard of anything like this. Jason, who was relaxed just moments ago, didn't seem so now. He appeared to lose his composure at the sight of me, which had grown even larger than imagined. In fact, my situation isn't that great either. Maintaining the King of Monsters requires a tremendous amount of energy. Even now, the energy inside my body is being depleted at a tremendous speed. If I hadn't devoured the ice horror, it would have been over soon. Thanks to consuming large amounts of meat rich in energy, I have stored a considerable amount of energy. As long as I don't use the energy-consuming properties like the Divine Scepter, the King of Monsters can be maintained for about 10 minutes. I swung one of my combat arms toward the space where Jason stood. As the combat arm, about the size of a small park, fell, he hastily raised both arms. When my hand collided with the ice, a tremendous gust of wind occurred, sweeping away the snow. Beyond the swirling snowstorm, his figure was no longer visible. Where did he go? That damn amorph. As if answering my question, his voice was heard from afar. Then, the golden sword he created flew towards my auxiliary organ. I raised another combat arm to shield the auxiliary organ. The sword he created struck my forearm. However, my arm itself was so large that it only covered the forearm with the golden arm guard created by the golden form. Realizing that the attack was shallow, he spat out a curse. Damn it. Currently, Jason was wearing a headband that I hadn't seen before. It was a halo-shaped headband with a violet glow. It's called the Harmonizer, obtained as a level 9 quest reward. For now, let's start with this. Extra lives that can be obtained through the Harmonizer total 5. Since it has been used once, there are 4 left for future use. I reached out with combat arms to grab him, moving to catch him as my arms swept away the snow piled on the ground. Just before my hands could grab him, he raised his left hand. Then my hand moved on its own, regardless of my will. It must have been a combination of gravity control and reflection that pushed my arms away. As Jason blocked my attacks, the golden figure surrounding him changed once again. Particles forming the figure disintegrated, transforming into beams of light carrying his body aloft. So, he escaped underground with that. I deployed erosion tendrils to seize the one trying to slip away. The 6 erosion tendrils are normally kept in a dormant form within empty compartments inside my armor. When needed, they swiftly emerge through thin membranes covering 6 holes. These erosion tendrils boast the longest reach among the parts of my body, without any special effects. With my body having grown over 10 times its original size, naturally, the erosion tendrils have also increased to an unbelievable size. Amidst the raging snowstorm, the 6 erosion tendrils stretch out like dragons ascending along the golden beams of light. Although the golden beams of light dodged like acrobats, how long could they avoid the tendrils closing in from all sides? Perhaps sharing the same thought, Jason tossed a purification into the air. A silver rod with a black flame motif spun like a windmill, attacking my tendrils. Purification is a weapon inspired by a famous sword from classic space operas. Like its original, Purification boasts formidable attack power, capable of easily slicing through my tendrils, controlled by Jason. However, if there's an issue, the tendrils are big, so the impact isn't much. Even though each erosion tendril surpasses Jason's height and thickness alone, tirelessly attacking with purification, causing fatal wounds isn't easy. The enemy's attacks now feel like ants wielding tweezers against a human. Unless they pierce a vital spot with those tweezers, ants won't easily kill a human. Even if the wounds are deep, I possess the regeneration trait. Unless the tendrils are completely severed, such wounds quickly heal. Of course, it's not without significant energy consumption. With each deep penetration of the erosion tendrils, the time maintaining the form of the king of monsters diminishes, yet I show no sign of retreat. My task is simple: to overwhelm him with immense size. In other words, the violence of scale. That's the weapon I've prepared. Cackle. Judging that attacking with purification is futile, Jason withdrew his sword. The beams of light surrounding him returned to the golden figure hanging on his back. As he hovered in the air with gravity control, the golden figure's attack commenced as he swung his arms. The shining golden sword struck one of the erosion tendrils. It succeeded in cutting more than half, but couldn't sever it completely. Though the pain was excruciating enough to numb, I showed no sign of it. Instead, taking advantage of the figure's immobilization, I aimed other tendrils at Jason's main body. As tendrils rushed towards him, he hastily extended his left hand. Reflection activated, bouncing the tendrils away. However, fending off the tendrils attacking from 6 directions, each reaching hundreds of meters, is by no means an easy task, even for someone as skilled as him, a ranker. Ugh. The sharp appendage of the erosion tendril grazed the man's leg. It was a region torn and then healed by my teeth. This bastard. As I kept attacking the same spot, Jason yelled out in frustration. Along with him, a gigantic purple whip sprang from his left hand, deflecting my tendrils. While he dealt with the tendrils, expressing his anger, I swiftly approached him. With a stride spanning over hundreds of meters, the ice beneath cracked and shattered. As I moved, my mouth widened amidst the rising mist. Lower jaw split in two, revealing rows of teeth packed within. Swallow him whole. If others had seen me, they would have shivered at my grotesque appearance, akin to a maw of abyss. Upon the massive jaws closing in on him, Jason cursed briefly. Shit. In response to his curse, the golden figure transformed into beams of light once again. Jason narrowly escaped from my mouth. He let out a new curse as the jaws slammed shut with a loud clang. This insane bastard. As soon as I heard his scream, an intangible force struck my neck and head. Gravity control, confinement, and several psychic powers beyond that gripped my head and neck. Ugh. It's an immense force. Regardless of skill, the output of supernatural abilities from the opponent exceeds that of number 26. Even though the psychic reflection gloves should be deflecting, he was using reflection to bounce back the damage onto me. Die. Ugh. As he screamed, attempting to twist my neck, suddenly his body froze like a broken puppet. Unseen threads now ensnared his body. There's no need to say who the owner of those invisible threads, formed from highly compressed energy, is. Damn you. What do you think you're doing to my baby? Beyond the raging snowstorm, a creature with a purplish-pink hue emerges. A being notorious in the game as a formidable foe, ought to be impossible to befriend. And the first friend I made since coming to this world. It was the sea demon number 26. While number 26 exerted all his strength to restrain him, a dragon soared behind the man. Me. Cold. Patience. A vivid green wingspan and a long, chubby tail adorned the impressive figure, a small griffin, Adha. A centaur, resembling an eagle-headed lion, rode atop his back. You damn bastard, did you think you could escape? The griffin, now in Sky Sentinel mode, growls, emitting a sense of calm. Having coordinated their moves several times before, they were prepared for this joint attack. With lightning speed, the griffin wolf approached. Jason's eyes widened as he saw them. This damn. Purple flames ignited in his eyes. As his body emanated purple energy, it transformed into numerous thorn-like shapes. There's an effect called Morta, a high-level psychic power that nullifies the effects of other psychic attacks. It's released. As the unseen threads were touched by the sharp thorns, number 26's restraints were immediately released. Freed from restraint, Jason quickly twisted his waist to the side. This was because the Mother of the Sky, already close enough to reach out, thrust her golden spear towards him. TCH. The spear narrowly missed slicing through the man's armor. As the abdominal armor broke, shards of black griffin scales scattered into the air. How dare you? Enraged, Jason roared and swung his arm towards the Mother of the Sky. The golden figure synchronized with him also transformed its arm into a sword shape and swung wildly. Adha, riding the Mother of the Sky, performed amazing acrobatics, avoiding the man's attacks. While Jason blocked my erosion tendrils with reflection, he kept an eye on Adha's movements. You arrogant bastard. Danger. Danger. As Jason reached out his hand, Adha froze in mid-air as if suspended. She, too, had used restraints like number 26. Seizing the opportunity, the golden figure descended with its sword aimed to split Adha and the Mother of the Sky in two. You think you can leave me alone like that? I swung my combat arms with all my might towards Jason's direction. The combination of size, weight, and power created something truly formidable. A powerful gust of wind struck Jason forcefully. Ugh. Whether he couldn't even reflect the wind with reflection, he had no choice but to endure the natural phenomenon I created. As the air rushed out and snowflakes stung his face, he closed his eyes. Just as the golden figure was about to strike Adha, it burst into particle form. Don't hit the little ones and the middle one. Number 26's psychic power flowed into Adha. The clash between the two mighty psychic users weakened the restraints on Adha. Thank you. Freed from restraint, Adha turned her wings once before swiftly flying behind me at lightning speed. You damn manipulator. What trick did you pull to control the sea demon and the griffin? Seeing him open his eyes and witnessing the scene, Jason was furious. It seemed more shocking to him that I moved in coordination with other monsters than being affected by the combined attack. Manipulator. He probably thinks I'm controlling them as parasites, but that's impossible. Parasites can't control multiple beings so intricately. And my allies aren't just 3. There's still one more left. Amidst the relentless snowfall, the ice-covered ground isn't solely occupied by number 26. Hidden beneath the snow, the special friend he brought is waiting in anticipation. Now. Responding to my signal, the screamer, or rather PS-111, sprang out, scattering snow. PS-111, a monstrous creature with the head of a human woman on 4 pairs of legs. Other than being a fusion of machinery and flesh, a new appendage had sprouted from its posterior. It was a tail. Similar to a scorpion's tail, it branched upwards from the body, with something other than a stinger attached to its tip. The pointed object resembled the head of a demolition bolt. Success. I secretly issued a command to absorb the demolisher while I engaged Jason's subordinates in combat. The creature, having absorbed the demolisher and crafted a new weapon, activated its prepared arsenal. A navy blue energy projectile sword, evaporating falling snow. Its target, beneath Jason's feet. Realizing too late, he twisted his body to evade. But once again, his paralyzed thigh became a problem. The demolish's power, capable of disintegrating everything, engulfed his lower left leg. Ich. With his left foot cleanly severed, Jason screamed in agony. Seizing the moment of his panic, I struck him with my combat arm to inflict as much damage as possible. Though there was sensation at my fingertips, I couldn't see the man getting hit and thrown away. After a while, a purple light flashed from far away, and Jason's body reconstituted itself. While his lost ankle returned to normal, he seemed unable to forget the pain he just felt. I'll kill you all. With a scream, a purple line shot out from above his head, flying towards the sky. I knew what that sight meant. Brainwave. Like Muriel, he also brought a brainwave. If he uses it here, he'll get caught too. Even with the coordinator's effect, it was impossible to completely avoid the brainwave's range, which was very wide. Jason, being a cult ranker, would know this fact better than anyone else here. Whether he believes in something or he lost his sanity due to anger. Whatever it was, it seemed he judged that he could kill me with brainwave. In a game, his judgment would be correct, but not here. Even if struck directly by brainwave, I, using the king of monsters and bone beast, wouldn't die. But the kids won't. Zzz, everyone gather. I stretched out my combat arm to pick up number 26 and PS-111. With everyone tucked under my small arms around my chest, I began to retreat when Jason lunged at me. Where do you think you're going? Dozens of psychic techniques he unleashed clung to my lower body. You damn manipulator. You're dying here. Jason's face contorted like a demon. The golden figure's blade, which had been behind him, flew onto my carapace. That bastard is indeed unbelievably strong. Jason cursed inwardly. He knew well of the devilish prowess for which the notorious Amorph was famous. But he hadn't expected him to fight this well in reality. Among the rankers he had killed, there was none as annoying as Amorph. Damn it. Should have just waited for the Gagon. Even if one were to compare him to a cold-blooded ranker, Amorph was not to be underestimated. But at that time, Jason had allies. Thanks to Chloe and Cynthia, victory had been easily achieved. In fact, if Black Gagon had been present in this fight, Amorph would have already been dead. TCH didn't expect him to have allies. Among his group, even Akira, who knew Amorph the best, could assert that he wouldn't be walking alone. Jason himself had fought Amorph several times, so he knew what kind of person he was. In the game, he was thoroughly a loner. He didn't cooperate with anyone, let alone communicate with anyone. To him, every existence was an enemy, like Amorph, who desired to prey on all life. To the point where there might have been discussions in the community about whether he was an AI created by the developers. Therefore, Jason was shocked to learn that Amorph was leading NPCs. It was unclear whether they were slaves dominated by parasites or if it was some special effect of his. If this attack doesn't finish, we'll have to retreat. A very shameful conclusion, but it couldn't be helped. Today, satisfaction would have to come from obtaining information about him. Die. Die. Despite his cold inner self, he screamed in rage outwardly, appearing consumed by anger. His furious outburst was a facade. It was inevitable to hold on to the massively enlarged target. Anyway, I can escape. His third special ability obtained from capturing a metallic gremlin ranker would easily allow him to escape from this situation. As the battle between the monsters and Jason continued, Brainwave completed all preparations. Kill. Die. As Jason's outer and inner selves merged into one. Shout, a yellow flame fell from the sky. A transcendent power generated by the orbital weapon named Brainwave. Amorph, standing defiantly before this divine flame, raised its banner. Just like a demon mimicking divine authority, A yellow flame spewed from its mouth. As the powers of the two brainwaves merged, the sky trembled. Psychics manifested in the form of snow, ice, and thunder. The dance of the brainwaves, created by material and power, was truly majestic. Jason, who had anticipated this, was awestruck by the spectacle, even momentarily losing his composure. But he quickly regained his senses. Weak as expected. Compared to the attack he had unleashed when fighting the Imperial battleship, the current attack from a morph was significantly weaker. It seemed as if there was a lack of energy output. Yeah. It must be difficult to use both double enlargement and brainwave's power. Both at once would be challenging. When a morph was enlarged to mountain size, Jason thought. If he continued to grow successively like that, the energy consumption from his body would be severe. His prediction was correct. It was evident that gold was appearing on a morph's gloves as he poured out the power of brainwave. As a result of double enlargement, a morph's gloves became terrifyingly thick, but even that had now reached its limit. Now's the chance. As Jason focused, the golden figure began to shrink. Instead, the blade part of a morph's weapon only grew larger. Moments later, the golden figure disappeared, leaving only a massive mass of light covering Jason's body. Jason, who had been using the golden figure solely for evasion until now, changed it into a beam of light and reset his target. Using it solely for evasion was a kind of deception. The beam of light from the golden figure was one of his most powerful attack weapons. It's like turning my body into a bullet. A morph's armor began to shatter, and its size started to decrease. The lightning bolt fired by brainwave was also rapidly losing its power. Just a little more. Now. The moment the light from brainwave went out, Jason commanded the golden figure to fly forward and shatter a morph's head. The next moment, he found himself not on the snowy ground anymore. The black blood that covered the entire golden figure was absorbed by particles in an instant. He turned his head to look behind. There stood a gigantic monster with a large hole in its neck. Even so, it was the neck that was pierced because a morph had evaded his attack. Of course, even so, the wound inflicted on a morph was fatal. Like a cut thread, the monster's body slowly collapsed. Chapter 186. The activation conditions for the revenant mechanism are as follows. One must suffer a lethal attack to the point of near death. By lethal attack, it excludes self-inflicted harm. It only triggers when attacked by someone or something other than oneself. Moreover, once injuries are healed, the revenant mechanism automatically enters a dormant state. As the name implies, it can only be used when one is effectively dead or in a similar state. Meeting these stringent conditions and successfully activating the revenant mechanism can yield truly remarkable effects. When activated, all cooldowns for possessed traits are reset, and during the duration, all traits can be used without restriction. Among the traits that a morph can acquire, those with limitations or cooldowns are typically of unique or fused nature. Even in my case, traits like Symbol of Hunt, Horizon of Nightmare, and Organic Evolution all have cooldowns. The reason why such powerful traits have become outliers is twofold. Firstly, to effectively utilize the revenant mechanism, one must possess numerous unique traits. However, these unique traits are lost upon the character's death. Deliberately using these traits risks losing them altogether. The second reason lies in the fact that enemies are aware of the existence of the revenant mechanism. If enemies regulate their attacks to prevent its utilization, it becomes a mere ornament. From the stringent conditions to the risks of failure and the emphasis on passive play, everything adds to the challenge. No matter how remarkable it may seem, the traits themselves have significant flaws, leading most players to not rely on them as their primary strategy. They are either used as insurance or to deceive enemies into believing one possesses the traits. Of course, just as there are all kinds of people in the world, there are those who actively seek to exploit the revenant mechanism. If one can perfectly control their health and accurately anticipate enemy strategies and attacks, they can become true returned ones, masters of the revenant mechanism. And I was one of those who fulfilled those conditions. Blood flowed from my neck. The injury inflicted by Jason, shrouded in a golden form, piercing through. If this were a game, I'd have very few health points left by now. This isn't a game, but I could feel it. The blood coursing through my body was rapidly cooling. My heart rate was dropping, and my brain, flooded with endorphins from extreme pain, was not functioning properly. Since coming to this world, I've never been so close to death. Everything is going as expected. I had anticipated that once Jason pulled out his weapon, he would engage in a joint attack. It made sense, despite his feigned madness. He acted rationally, apart from his reckless charge towards me. Of course, I didn't anticipate him using the light beam transforming technology for an offensive purpose. I had expected a different psychic power technique. Still, I could reasonably guess where he would aim. This is reality, so I'll proceed as safely as possible. If a morph's brain is destroyed, apart from passive traits, they won't be able to use general traits. So, from his perspective, creating a situation where he could safely kill me, even if not in a single blow, would be advantageous. Or perhaps, he's considering fleeing. The once cold blood begins to grow warmer, ever so slightly. A small flame ignites in my dying heart. The pain from the hole-ridden neck persists, yet my body is undergoing significant changes from just moments ago. With each throb of a morph's heart, a special fluid is emitted from the apparatus beside it. Like oil spreading fire, the liquid seeps through my veins, permeating every corner of my body. As changes occur within me, the situation outside is rapidly evolving. My colleagues, realizing I'm not dead, have begun to fight against Jason and the morph, trying to stop them. Insane. You're not dead yet. Seeing a morph collapsed on the ground, Jason trembled. With the release of his enlargement, the thick carapace that had covered a morph was shattered, making him look as if he had been suffocated at first glance. But if a morph had truly died, Jason should have gained the advantages he possessed. If not, there's only one answer: a morph isn't dead. Should I run? A morph always strikes unexpectedly. It's highly probable that even now, he's scheming something. And if not, in a game, it's one thing, but can a morph be considered to have deliberately endangered his own life in reality? If he's truly in danger and just decides to run away, there couldn't be anything more foolish. Jason pondered. The desire to strike a morph down with purification and condemnation immediately coexisted with the thought of fleeing. No, there's no need for unnecessary risks. He gained valuable information from fighting a morph. With other colleagues, they could surely capture him. With this decision in mind, he attempted to activate the third advantage. At that moment, his body, engulfed by blue particles, froze. Some unknown force had blocked him. Where do you think you're going after injuring my big guy like that? A wave of intense emotion pierced his mind. When he turned his head, he saw a sea demon. Similar to a morph, but closer to black with shades of purple, its grotesque body was covered in sinister eyes. As hundreds of eyes watched him, a vast darkness engulfed him. The abyssal terror. Jason quickly used a psychic power technique to defend against the mental assault. The world plunged into darkness for a brief moment before returning to normal. If it had been a regular sea demon, it wouldn't have been so easily dispelled. But that sea demon seems weaker. Is there a malfunction? Ugh. As the light returned, a green light flew towards him. Unable to properly detect it due to the abyssal terror, he took the full force of the green creature's charge. Big guy. Injury. Forgiveness. Impossible. Damn it. Upon striking him, Jason cursed at the flying green Gagon. So they've gathered similar beings together. A half-breed sea demon, a handicapped green Gagon. As befitting of a morph's companions with shitty personalities, they were a bunch of morons. Rip those wings off. As Jason reached out, his golden form transformed his arm into a whip, lashing out at the flying green Gagon. Just as his attack was about to land, a navy blue energy blast struck his whip. The area hit by the energy blast disappeared as if it had never existed. What's this? Enemy. Eliminated. Above the broken carapace of a morph, a sinister creature raised its tail towards the sky. Why is that here? No, more importantly, why is it obeying a morph's command? Though their appearances were quite different, seeing the mixture of machinery and biology, Jason was certain it was the mutant screamer Chloe was developing. Could its memories have been restored? No, that couldn't possibly be the case, but Jason knew what materials the mutant screamer was made from. Given the extensive genetic mixing in that abomination, there was surely a connection. But Jason's contemplation couldn't continue any longer. A creature with golden fur rushed at him. A griffin with white hair and golden fur sliced through his abdomen as it passed by. What the? Sudden pain in his abdomen startled Jason. It was a blow from armor made of black Gagon scales. The entity that left a wound in Jason's abdomen was holding a golden spear in its beak. The divine scepter. He knew that Muriel intended to retrieve the wolf slaves and incidentally obtain that weapon. Seeing the griffin wielding the weapon, It was easy to guess who the opponent was. Do you remember me? You had Muriel kill my family. Damn wolf bastard. While the armor of the black Gagon quickly healed his wounds, the fact that he had been attacked unexpectedly remained. Irritated, he extended his left hand towards the griffin wolf. As gravity control expanded, immense gravity filled the wide area. Ugh. The ground froze, and the griffin's movements slowed dramatically. Adding restraint on top of that, the creature couldn't move at all. In that state, as his golden form was about to slice through with a sword, interference came again. You. Don't harass the little one in the middle. TCH. Transparent threads wrapped around his body. Jason used Morta, nullifying the enemy's psychic power technique and releasing the sea demon's restraint. Don't act all annoyed. As if annoyed, he flicked his hand, and his golden form struck the sea demon with a sword. As several tentacles were severed in one blow, the creature's body turned pale. Go away from the little one. You bastard. Upon seeing that, the green Gagon swooped down, but Jason deflected him with reflection, sending the creature bouncing off an invisible barrier, its wings mangled. As he moved to finish off the groaning creature crashing to the ground, suddenly, the approaching mutant screamer opened its mouth and bit down on his arm. No use. Ugh. He thought he'd be protected by his armor, but it was a misconception. In an instant, as his strength was sucked away, Jason almost collapsed. Damn fucking Reaver. Realizing the enemy had absorbed the blood Reaver, Jason immediately swung Purge in his right hand. The black flamed sword struck the mutant screamer's leg. Crick, mobility impaired. Damn it, impairments or not, I'll kill you. Enraged, Jason swung Purge vigorously. With each flash of the black blade, the mutant screamer's legs were gruesomely severed. In no time, the creature lost most of its legs and slumped down. Jason, in a nerve-wracked attitude, ruthlessly assaulted the creature's body. Paw. Pitiful. He spat at the fallen screamer and retrieved Purge. Having quickly dealt with Amorph's lackeys, he approached the griffin, which was now unable to move. The griffin, with its beak holding a spear, glared at him. That spear is too much for you. As he extended his hand to activate psychic power, the spear trembled. Despite the griffin's efforts to hold onto it, it was futile. Ugh. The smooth golden beak twisted, then broke. He picked up the broken pieces of the spear that had fallen to the ground. That's that. Oh, come to think of it, if she's a player, he must have a reward, right? Considering whether to take the griffin as well, he suddenly heard laughter. The griffin, with its broken beak, was mocking him. Are you crazy? Kiki, Kekek, you little shit. It's already tricky if you go mad. I have a lot I want to do. Kekek, can you really do that? That's what I'm saying. Even while being tortured. Kook. Before he could finish his sentence, Jason spewed blood. Along with the blood, a pain he had never experienced before engulfed him. Looking down, he saw a massive bone protruding from his chest. What? Slowly turning his head, he saw the owner of the bone blade standing there. You bastard. A presence stabbed him with a bone blade protruding from his back. It was a morph, transformed into a new form. Chapter 187. Quick. With the bone blade attached to the arms on my back, I attempted to tear Jason apart. However, the harmonizer effect was triggered, rendering my attack futile. The golden spear of the priest he was holding plunged deeply into my eyes. The enemy had already anticipated using the harmonizer. Blades of bone surrounding the auxiliary organs briskly flickered. Having predicted Jason's direction, I dashed towards him without hesitation. Revenant mechanism. Quick. Jason, reconstructed from dozens of meters away, shouted before quickly noticing my approaching figure. The golden figure on his back hastily attempted to transform his arm into a blade. As expected, the harmonizer isn't quite compatible. From what I've observed so far after teleportation, he's always fixed in a form resembling a human. This means that each time he teleports, the weaknesses of his golden form are fully exposed. There's a certain delay when the form changes. Before the golden figure could transform its arm into a blade, my combat-ready arm slashed at him. Ag. The one whose face was scratched by my nails screamed. Blood gushed from the eye split in half by my nails. As he screamed, the one clinging to the purification swung his reflection into action. However, I had already moved back. His attack sliced through the air in vain. You rat. I'll finish you with one blow. New eyes sprouted on his forehead, pouring blood from both eyes. The name of those eyes is Third Eye, a technique that grants effects similar to the auxiliary organs I possess to the user. It's a good detection technique for detecting invisible enemies or movements, but there's one thing he doesn't know. The fur of unknown creatures. This is a benefit provided by the clever weakling trait. It provides the user with a hiding effect that allows them to evade detection equipment, traits, and techniques by sensing the subtle vibrations of the fur. While the kids held him down, I prepared both the clever weakling and the symbol of hunting simultaneously. As the King of Monsters effect faded away, the discarded carapace became a cover, and I was reborn as a small monster of about 5 meters. With my 4 combat arms moving downwards to form my lower body, my physique resembled that of a centaur rather than a snake. Among the armor and scales covering my body, dense fur with powerful protective effects had grown. But that's not all. Many deadly weapons are also attached to my body. Between the fur covering my back, 2 arms with bone size attached are newly attached, and below my jaw, a secondary organ covered in blade bones awaits activation. As a clever weakling who uses agility as a weapon and a symbol of hunting that greatly enhances combat power, these are the last cards I've prepared to adorn the climax of this battle. Originally, since I had already used the King of Monsters, it should have been impossible to transform into a clever weakling. Organic evolution has a cooldown of 1 month each time it's used. But the revenant mechanism nullifies this restriction. While the small organ attached to my heart is active, I can use all the traits I have without restriction. Why did I choose to shrink instead of growing larger? There are 2 reasons. Firstly, I don't have much energy left. Even if I were to use something like the King of Monsters, it wouldn't last long. And growing larger would undoubtedly make it difficult to avoid the enemy's attacks. Even now, blood continues to flow from my neck, soaking my fur. Taking any more damage wouldn't be ideal. Instead, let's end this quickly. As long as I have this thick fur covering my body, there's no way he can detect me. Not until he sees me with his own eyes, that is. Transformed into a clever weakling resembling a centaur, I dashed over the ground with my 4 legs. The one who located me by sound unleashed psychic power techniques like pain spear at me. I narrowly avoided his attacks and approached again. Even though his vision hadn't fully recovered, he anticipated my attack and immediately cast reflection. As my arm halted in mid-air due to the intangible energy field, he smirked with satisfaction. Amusing. Perhaps it was because his vision hadn't fully returned yet. If he were directly looking at me, he couldn't have smiled like that. Because 5 humanoid faces attached to my headpiece were glaring at him with bloody tears. The humanoid faces under my control chorused together. The devilish melody tore through his mental defenses, rendering his movements powerless. While his body was stiffened, my bone blade attached to my jaw swiftly moved. The paralysis inflicted by the humanoid faces varies depending on how strong the opponent is. Jason's paralysis was quickly dispelled. He barely managed to evade the blade, twisting his neck to avoid getting his throat slashed. Instead of severing his neck, my blade deeply pierced his collarbone. Ag. While it wasn't as fatal as the throat, the collarbone is still a vulnerable spot. Having it shattered would be excruciatingly painful. As I twisted the bone blade to finish him off, I felt nothing at the tip of the blade. Unable to endure the pain, he used the harmonizer to escape. This is the 4th time. Now, there's only one use left for the harmonizer. When Jason reappeared from dozens of meters away, his body was unscathed. While he glared at me, the emotion within his eyes wasn't anger. Fear. He's afraid of me. TSK. Instead of attacking me, he enveloped himself in a golden figure. Although it resembled the beams of light he used to move or attack, there was one difference. A blue light. As he attempted to soar into the sky with a mixture of gold and blue, a drill made of rock and ice suddenly struck him. Not going anywhere. This damn demon bastard. It was 26's demon crush technique that attacked Jason, causing about a third of his body to be shattered. This attack seemed to have caused considerable damage, as the golden aura surrounding Jason wavered. The beam-shaped figure returned to a humanoid form and transformed both arms into shields. Meanwhile, blue particles continued to spread throughout his body, expanding their range from his feet and hands to now covering his arms and legs. That appearance. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Regardless, it seemed evident that he was preparing his ultimate move. Considering he focused solely on defense with the golden figure and didn't use reflection or any other technique. A suitable opening to penetrate his defense. Ah. In my battered state, I dashed towards the PS-111 lying on the ground. Are you okay? The damage is severe. Damage rate is at 92%. As expected, its body was in a dreadful state. Its legs were severed, and even its facial skin was peeled off, revealing the muscles underneath. I'm sorry, but I need to ask for your help. No need to apologize. In fact, I'm asking for your assistance. Please help me to maintain the main controller. I nodded and looked at its tail. Can you shoot? If there's energy supply, it's possible. At his words, I immediately thrust my arm into the creature's mouth. Understanding my intention, it promptly bit down on my arm without hesitation. In an instant, I felt a draining sensation throughout my body. As my condition worsened, blood poured again from the wound on my neck. If this were a game, my health would probably be at around 5% by now. Nevertheless, I remained steadfast. Mistake here could mean death. No, death might be preferable. If I'm captured by Jason, who knows what might happen? We have secured enough energy to use Demolisher against the hostile life form. I wasn't the only one thinking this way. Everyone here shares one goal: survival. The PS-111, now replenished with energy, aimed its tail towards Jason. Seeing his body already tinged with blue up to his torso as he shielded himself, I dashed towards him, leaving the PS-111 behind. The distance between us was no more than 50 meters. Amidst the four legs pounding the ground, my auxiliary system detected another movement. Something was descending rapidly from the high sky. The entity descending like a lightning bolt in a straight line was none other than Adha. Despite the pain of her broken wings, she paid no heed. We were all exerting our utmost in this fight. Jason attempted to adjust the shield's angle upon sensing Adha's approach. At that moment, his attention was diverted elsewhere. The PS-111's Demolisher disintegration energy blast was launched from its tail. The blue energy mass flew unhindered, destroying Jason's golden shield. With the blue light reaching up to his shoulders, Jason's face showed surprise at the attack, but he didn't seem greatly shaken. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Seeing that, I could guess what he was thinking. He probably thought it was all over, regardless of what we did. Nonsense. It's not over until I say it's over. Before his broken shield could regenerate, Adha collided with Jason's golden figure. Due to the acceleration, both Jason and the golden figure shook violently. You reap what you sow. Deserve. Despite the shock, Adha's wings and forelegs were completely shattered. Surprisingly, however, her attack wasn't over yet. On his back, the Mother of the Sky was perched. Despite her broken beak, she vigorously thrust the golden spear held in both hands. Jason, with only his neck remaining exposed, hastily turned his head. The spear shattered one of his antlers, causing wounds to his forehead and ear. Relief flickered in his eyes. But that was his final mistake. With me now within arm's reach, my arm on my back moved. Through the remaining gap among the regenerating golden particles, the bone scythe attached to my arm tip pierced precisely. The sharpest weapon of a morph accurately severed the target. As the bone scythe tip sensed the desired result, the golden figure in front of me disappeared along with Jason's body. Just after he vanished, the auxiliary system picked up one small sound. It was the sound when something falls on the eye. More specifically, it sounded similar to the sound when something the size of a human head falls. I picked up what had fallen on the ground. Success. The warm liquid on my hand, with its familiar and fragrant scent, it was Jason's head. His expression remained as if he had an almost imperceptible smile, from beginning to end. He died because he was complacent. Foolish. Without hesitation, I put the loot left by the foolish enemy into my mouth. Chapter 188. Ah. The moment I put Jason's head into my mouth, I realized I had made a grave mistake. The crimson fluid of life flowing into my mouth was astonishingly addictive. It was enough to make me forget the pain of the hole in my throat. Jason's blood was akin to maple syrup but far more flavorful. His flesh would undoubtedly be as enticing as I could imagine. If there's a problem, it's that all I have now is the bastard's head. The torso beneath the neck has vanished into the blue. I guess I should consider it lucky to have salvaged the head. Thanks to the jaw effect of the essence harvester, I can obtain the genetic essence of my opponent through just the head. I exerted force on my jaw and bit into Jason's head. Flesh, muscle, blood, bone, brain, and even the remaining horn. Every element constituting a cult's head was absorbed by me. Then, translucent text boxes appeared before my eyes in succession. Predation effect triggered. Successful plunder of Jason turning him special bonus. There are no compatible traits among the ones you currently possess. They will be transferred to the voucher storage facility. Predation effect triggered. Successful plunder of Jason turning him special bonus. The possessed traits cosmic bacteria and flames of hallucination are mergeable. Please select a trait. The selection outcome will be influenced by the traits used as materials. Addendum, you stand at a crucial crossroad. Please choose carefully. Time remaining until trait selection, 2400 hours. You are the target of the trait enhancement system. Would you like to use the system? Predation effect triggered. Successful plunder of Jason turning him special bonus. There are no compatible traits among the ones you currently possess. They will be transferred to the voucher storage facility. Why are there so many? I thought it would be similar to when I encountered Muriel, but there were more text boxes displayed than I expected. Are these bonuses obtained by plundering other players? It seems the guy had a total of 3 bonuses. 2 of them are currently unusable due to certain conditions, and only one can be combined with my traits for use. Well, back with the irregular dodecahedron of the looter, I used metal absorption as material. I immediately checked the mergeable bonuses. It's written that one of the infection-related traits, cosmic bacteria, and one of the psychic-related traits, flames of hallucination, can be used to merge bonuses. These 2 traits are completely different in nature. Depending on which one I choose to use, the results will be entirely different. Moreover, for reasons unknown, they've given me a full 24 hours to make the choice. This is unprecedented. It's an unusual situation, but it's unsettling. There must be no reason for them to give me such benefits for no apparent reason. At a crucial crossroad. There's still 24 hours left, so there's no need to make a decision right away. There are other things that need to be done first. The high-quality energy obtained from consuming Jason's head has been used to heal all the wounds in my throat. As the penetrating injuries inside begin to heal, the gushing blood also stops. With the lethal wounds healed, the revenant mechanism has also completed its mission and returned to a dormant state. The tiny mechanism attached to the heart will fall into a long slumber for the next 6 months. So, it might be difficult to use the revenant mechanism when fighting the Black Galagorn. There's no chance of winning in this condition. With the rampage I caused underground, along with the activation of my brain shroud, I don't know when the Galagons will strike. Not only me, but everyone here is not in normal condition. Number 26 has suffered significant injuries, Adhay's legs and wings are both broken, and PS 111 is in such bad shape that finding an intact part is difficult. Fortunately, the Mother of the Sky only suffered a broken beak, so she's relatively unscathed. She approached me. We need to get out of here quickly. She, too, was aware that this situation was far from ideal. ZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Let's go to the mountains. Will it be safe for the children if we leave like this? As she said, the mountains weren't safe, but there was no other choice. The underground space beneath where we stood had completely collapsed. Even if we were lucky enough to find an area that hadn't collapsed, there was a high chance we'd run into the Galagons who came here. And there's also the problem of food supply. The last card I played to kill Jason was a collaboration between Clever Weakling and Symbol of Hunt. It was a decision made thinking it would be useful in killing the enemy, but there was another reason. Clever Weakling specializes in agility, stealth, and special states. It also has the effect of efficiently distributing consumed energy, minimizing the side effects of the Symbol of the Hunt. There's a low chance the kids will find out about this like before. Right now, it's the kids who are worrying more than me. To heal the seriously injured ones, there are only 2 ways: feeding them or laying a nest and attaching the symbiotic fungal pods. Either way, a large amount of food is needed. And there's no food around here. When the underground collapsed, the food was buried in the ice. ZZZZZZZZZZZ. There's no other way right now. Got it. Nodding, Mother of the Sky transformed into a Galagon and hoisted the damaged PS 111 onto her back. Excuse me, middle child. Can't you call me the Mother of the Sky? Unauthorized command. In the meantime, I carefully picked up number 26. The one with significant injuries seemed to have reduced its size to minimize energy loss. ZZZZZZZZZZZ. Are you okay? I'm fine. You should instead worry about yourself first. Looking at the pale guy, I could feel how much pain it was in. Yet, seeing it worrying about me first felt strange. ZZZZZZZZZ, you'll be okay soon. Yes. ZZZZZZZZ, just hold on a little longer. I carefully held number 26 to prevent further pain, placing it on my head, and checked on Adhay's condition. She wasn't going well. Besides the broken front legs and wings, hypothermia was the biggest problem. I hugged her tightly with my combat arms to warm him up a bit, covered in fur to raise her temperature. Warmth. Feeling the guy in my arms nuzzling against me, I looked at Mother of the Sky. Ready? She nodded at me. We dashed towards the direction where the dark mountain range was located. Me, with the centaur body, diligently moving my 4 legs, and Mother of the Sky, bounding with the body resembling a lion. Our traces were soon obscured by the pouring white ice flowers. While running, we heard the sound of beasts roaring from the darkened sky. It was a sign of an approaching blizzard. The snowfall intensified, and the temperature dropped rapidly. If we delayed even a little here, Adha and Mother of the Sky, who were weak to cold, would freeze or wither. Knowing this fact, Mother of the Sky was doing her best while running. After about 10 minutes of running, we reached the edge of the mountain range. It was a different place from where we fought the Screamer yesterday, but the scenery was similar. The ground was thin, but the higher we went, the more the trees spread out like spider webs. They evolved like that to survive the frequent gales and blizzards. Thanks to the trees acting as a barrier, the forest was less cold than elsewhere. Of course, we only managed to avoid freezing to death for the moment. It certainly wasn't warm. I set down number 26 and Adha and began to dig the ground vigorously. After digging out the soil, I made a large pit and covered it with nearby branches. It'll be better if you go in here. I'd like to start a fire, but the smoke would give away our position to the Galagons. Unfortunately, this is the best option. Hey, everyone, stick together. It'll be less cold that way. Yeah. Cold. 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 The heat dissipation function is currently inactive. It can be activated with an additional energy supply. The 4 species tried their best to survive. This bought us more time. Now all that's left is the energy needed for recovery. PS 111 was right. We need energy. If number 26 recovers, it can inflate its body to protect the kids from the cold. And I can give psychic power to PS 111. For my own recovery, I need something to eat right away. I left the kids with Mother of the Sky and went into the forest. The hunt's almost over. Just a few minutes left. It's to prepare for any potential side effects. I need to find something. Any creature that can be converted into energy will do. If I don't put something in my mouth right away, who knows what might happen. I moved with all my strength to find a living creature that could be converted into energy. The auxiliary organ, diligently searching the surroundings. Soon, some movement was detected nearby. The sound of footsteps. I ran towards the direction of the sound. There were the perpetrators making the noise when I reached there. Oh no. Unfortunately, they were far from what I was hoping for. Hostile creatures confirmed. 30% match with set target. Main controller Pura 11 command delayed. Transmitting the information to PS 250 intermediate terminal. Transmission complete. The owner of the footsteps was 3 new model screamers. Behind them lay a beast with green scales. With a body easily exceeding 10 meters when including the tail and wings as huge as its body, the creature was none other than a green Galagon. The body was covered with wounds, but there was no smell of blood. Someone had clearly sucked up every drop of blood from the body. I don't know what happened, but we need that Galagon's body right away to replenish energy. No decision authority for the intermediate terminal has been confirmed. Autonomous judgment required. Energy replenishment complete. Biological characteristics of the Galagon applied. Initiating target suppression. With that, the screamers rushed towards me at incredible speed. It looked similar to when Adha used super acceleration. One of the screamers, covering the air, swung spider-like metal legs towards me. In my state as clever weakling, I used my 4 legs to push off the ground and dodged aside. I swung my tail towards the narrowly passing guy's rear. The pincers at the end of my tail precisely struck the back of his head. Crunch. The screamer, emitting a grotesque groan, crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, another screamer had already approached right in front of me. 2 front legs with sharp claws flew towards my head. I grabbed the screamer's 2 legs with my combat arms. The body of the screamer, whose front legs were caught, twisted grotesquely, and then the legs behind aimed for my side. With a total of 8 legs, it was a possible attack method. Then I'll do the same to this side. When the symbol of hunt is activated, I have more arms and legs than normal. I swung the arms with bone sickles attached on my back in a cross motion. Following the eerie sound, the body of the one trying to stab me lost its strength. I cleanly threw the decapitated screamer's corpse into the air. A screamer, perched on a tree, observing for an opportunity to attack, hastily jumped down upon seeing its comrade flying towards itself. I dashed towards the point where it was going to land. The creature twisted its body in mid-air to dodge my attack. Where? The human-faced ones on top of my carapace opened their mouths wide, emitting powerful sound waves towards the creature. Struck by the intangible waves inducing paralysis, the creature's body stiffened. And the 6 horns on my head pierced through the screamer's body. Burn, freeze. Before the creature could self-destruct, I grabbed its head with my combat arms. With a strong pull, I tore it off. Burn. With its spine pulled out completely, the creature couldn't hold on any longer and stopped functioning. After carelessly tossing the disgusting screamer's head to the ground, I tore off the remaining parts attached to the horns with my hands. As the battle with the screamer ended, energy drained from my body. The effect of the symbol of hunt had ended. In the place where energy had drained, a fierce hunger, like being starved for days, came in to fill the void. The thick carapace that had enveloped my body collapsed like a sandcastle. The bone sickle arm on my back shrunk and detached, falling to the ground. The arms, armored with strong muscles and carapace, now looked like a newly excavated relic. Apart from the shedding of the carapace, there was hardly any change in the size of my body. No matter how much I grew, as a clever weakling, I couldn't exceed 5 meters. Even with the symbol of hunt, the length only changed in appearance, not in reality. As the symbol of hunt ended and the transformation of my body was complete, I heard someone's voice. Hostile creature. Transmitting combat situation information to PS-250 intermediate terminal. It was the screamer who had hit me on the back of my head with my tail. The guy whose 2/3 of the head were crushed was still alive. Since self-destruction is annoying. Despite the pressure of tremendous hunger and lethargy, I moved my steps to deal with him. Just as I approached him to finish him off. Big guy. Adha. Suddenly, Adha's telepathy was heard. When I turned my head, I saw the figure of the kid flying through the trees. Struggling with his immature wings, she was barely flying. Trouble. Can. Spot it. What? Understanding the meaning of the telepathy shot by him, I immediately sensed something from above. Flapping wings. As soon as I realized this fact, I quickly stepped back. Just after I retreated, a huge white creature fell onto the screamer. The creature, pulverizing the screamer cleanly, looked down at me with eyes resembling amethysts. Insane. Multiple horns on the head, a gigantic body resembling reptiles with huge wings and tentacles instead of a mouth. A creature known as the Dragon of the Universe, second only to the black Gagon in strength. At this moment, the white Gagon, which I had never wanted to encounter, was in front of me. Chapter 189. I narrowly escaped fatal injury. Just standing properly is a challenge for me. It's impossible for me to defeat the white Gagon. Just like there's a significant difference between the blue Gagon and the green Gagon, the white Gagon above them is a far superior being. The claw sword of the Temple Guardians, and the claw characteristic used by Si-Hyun Yujin all stem from elements originating from the white Gagon. But that's not all. A new ability in the game, the tentacles of the monster. This ability to shoot psychic breath using tentacles is a unique trait of the white Gagon. And unlike me, that creature can unleash that psychic breath limitlessly. Even though I might be stronger in my semi-bioformed state, that creature can shoot without constraints. If we fight, we'll lose. I turned towards Adha. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz, we need to flee. Adha's wings were broken, so her flight speed was significantly reduced. I grabbed her tightly and dashed madly. Adult. Can. Appearance. I. Tracking. Zzz, what? As the voice ended, 2 green Galagons appeared in front of me. Unlike the small Adha, these creatures, boasting a size close to 10 meters, blocked my path. As I tried to move sideways, I felt a tremendous amount of energy concentrating behind me. Subsequently, a purple heat wave burned past right in front of me. Amort. Speaks. Stop. When I looked back, the white Gagon was leisurely following me. The tentacles, once deeply purple, gradually turned into a faint shade of red. The white Gagon precisely burned only the soil in front of my feet with psychic breath. It was a warning. ZZZZZZZZ, what do you want? Adha is peculiar, but Galagons, in general, are extremely ferocious creatures. They hardly forgive intruders in their territory. Galagon nests aren't classified as one of the most challenging hunting grounds for no reason. In fact, the green Galagons were tensing their muscles, ready to attack at any moment. The only reason they were staying calm was solely because of that oddly calm white Galagon. I want something. I quickly observed the white Galagon. Judging from the relatively short horns and the thick tail, it's a female. Galagons are sexually dimorphic creatures. Although males are slightly stronger than females, it doesn't matter in this situation. Her body length is more than twice that of a typical white Galagon. Although the wings are currently folded, they would be impressive when spread out. Up to this point, it had all the typical features of a white Galagon, but there were two differences. I didn't notice at first, but upon closer inspection, there were black scaled patches all over her body. Perhaps traces of dried blood from other creatures. Compared to other Galagons, it's excessively thin. Both the green Galagon watching us and the white Galagon in front of me were very skinny. Their ribs were visible. Of course, just because they're starving doesn't mean I can defeat them. I'm significantly weakened. Let's start with a conversation. ZZZZZZZZZZZ, what do you want? As the tentacles of the monster trembled, creating waves, the white Galagon chuckled. It's fascinating. Can. Speech. Possible. ZZZ, yes. Bizarre kin. I. Introduce. I. Am Ort. The white Galagon, introducing itself as Ham Ort, continued to emit its psychic waves. Am Ort. Need. ZZZZZZZZZZZ, what do you need? Instead of replying, it lifted its foreleg, indicating Adha nestled in my arms. The daughter of the meteor. Special. Can. Salvation. Need it. ZZZZZZZ, Adha. The herd of Ham Ort. Weak. The great herd of Odd Grad. Strong. The daughter of the meteor. Absolutely. Need it. Due to the Galagon's peculiar way of speaking, it was difficult to understand exactly, but to summarize it briefly, it goes as follows. The Galagon herd led by Ham Ort is competing with other Galagon herd and is said to be at a disadvantage compared to them. Naturally, this is expected, since the leader of the Galagon herd is invariably the black Galagon. The only case where another Galagon becomes the leader is in events where a red Galagon appears as a raid boss. If it's a white Galagon, it's in the lower ranks of Apex. Although stronger than ice horrors, it's weaker than black Galagons. With that level of weak power, it cannot protect its kin from other monsters aiming for the dragon's nest. Then what's even stranger? Since it's a herd led by the white Galagon, it's only natural that it's weaker than the black Galagon herd. In such a situation, would Adha make a difference? Is there anything special about Adha? Despite observing him for a while, there didn't seem to be anything special about her other than her extraordinary intelligence. The fact that she grew from a blue Galagon to a green Galagon during the time she was separated from me could be considered unusual. Whether that's special or not depends on understanding the Galagon's growth process, which I'm not familiar with. What should I do? If I refuse, they'll probably try to take her by force. Galagons are inherently such creatures. It's almost safe to say that Galagons never request civil dialogues like this. But that doesn't mean handing Adha over is an option either. Because I don't understand why the Galagons, who usually despise the weak, suddenly need Adha. Especially since she's been driven away due to her physical impairment. Moreover, if she's used in the war between herds, it'll be even more dangerous. Adha is a precious companion until now. Until I understand exactly what they're thinking, I can't just hand her over. Then, as if reading my mind, the timing was perfect as he emitted his psychic waves. Amort. Speaks. The daughter of the meteor. Preciousness. Life. Preserves. ZZZZZZZ, preserves. Yes. My child. Child. Preserve. What? Among his psychic waves, there was information that couldn't be ignored. I looked at Adha nestled in my arms. ZZZZZZZZZZZ, is what you said true? Adha hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. Can. Parents. Match. The great odd grad. Bird leader. The daughter of the meteor. Exiled. I couldn't stop. Ort said briefly. It seemed like there was more to it, but she didn't explain anything. She seemed to have done his part, hoping to hand over Adha, but I couldn't allow that. Because Adha's reaction wasn't at all like when she met her mother. The occasional trembling of her body wasn't simply because of the cold. There must have been something wrong when she was exiled. Can you not abandon a child who was once abandoned? Ort swears. The daughter of the meteor. Life. Protects. And if I say no, I. Bizarrekin. Saved. Reason exists. You. The daughter of the meteor. Guardian. Ort. Thankful. But. She bowed his long neck, bringing her head close to the tip of my nose. With a distance of about 1 sheet of paper left, she spoke. Ort. Bite. Do not shed blood. Desire. Accomplish. Her eyes, radiating a beautiful light like amethysts, flickered threateningly. The green galagons behind us also growled loudly. Judging by her reaction, it seems there's no choice but to hand over Adha to survive. In the past, I would have acted without hesitation. I might have even used Adha as a bargaining chip to establish a friendly relationship with the galagons. But an inexplicable strange emotion prevents it. My mind is filled only with the thought that I don't want to let her go like this. It's incomprehensible. Emotions should never supersede survival instincts, yet here I am. This is insane. Whether it's a side effect of the hunting symbol or my brain shutting down due to lack of energy, the reason remains unclear. But one thing is certain, I'm losing my mind. Trying to divert what little energy remains towards divine intervention. Just before negotiations broke down and we were about to charge at each other, Adha suddenly wriggled out of my arms. Despite trembling, she stood bravely in front of Ort with her broken front leg. I. Elder. Contract complete. I. Mother. Can. Return. Adha. Adha maintained a confident posture despite trembling. After briefly looking down at her, Ort nodded slightly. The daughter of the meteor. Judgment. Wise. She grabbed Adha with her forepaws. It was not a tight grip, but rather a cautious touch as if handling a treasure. With Adha in her grasp, he spread her wings wide. The tangled forest was bathed in a white light. With wings shining like the sun, Ort, carrying Adha, disappeared. Following suit, the green galagons vanished through the opening made by Ort. Where they had been, snowflakes fell one by one. Adha didn't look back until the very end. But just before Ort left, a faint psychic wave, as feeble as a falling snowflake, tickled my tentacles. Goodbye. Her final words were nothing other than a farewell. The contract to take him to the Galagon's nest was complete, so he was going back to his kin. She's smarter than I thought, but also foolish. If she thought I could simply brush off her words with an ah, I see she was sorely mistaken. She acted in the way he thought was best, which was to follow the Galagons. Otherwise, not only would I be in danger, but the others hiding in the forest as well. I walked back the way I came, carrying the remains of the remaining green galagons and the screamer back to our temporary shelter. Big one. Something's happened. Adha suddenly ran out and the green galagons. Returning to the nest, number 26 and Mother of the Sky greeted me. PS 111 was in a dormant state, perhaps due to depleted energy. Eat this first. Big one, where's the little one? Could it be? Adha went away for a bit. Away. Family came. Then, are we not going to be together anymore? I shook my head firmly. No, that will never happen. If Adha went because she wanted to, there's nothing more I can do. And if it was her mother who came to take her away after the contract ended, even more so. But I remember. She said she wanted to stay together even after the contract was over. It doesn't matter how the Galagons treat Adha. If she wants to be with us, it's my duty to accommodate that. To do that, recovery is a priority. I carved into the green Galagon's belly with my combat claws. Then, I tore out partially cooked innards and tossed them to Mother of the Sky. Your beak's broken, so it might be hard for you to eat. This should help. Alright. Mother of the Sky glanced at me briefly before silently starting to tear into the innards. Number 26, watching cautiously from the side, carefully removed the Galagon's wings. Still, thanks to conversing with him, we obtained valuable information. The leader of the Galagon pack holds immense authority. Usually, the oldest Galagon in the pack takes up the leadership position, but that's not always the case. If a young but powerful Galagon emerges within the pack, they can aim for and challenge the leadership position. In other words, leadership within the pack can change hands at any time. When the challenger wins. And Ham-Ort called me a strange kin. If they perceive me as something akin to a Galagon, the answer is clear. To become their leader. This time, I'll be thoroughly prepared. Being powerless like today is enough for one time. Once all preparations are complete, then I'll go to rescue Adha. I chewed on the Galagon's forelegs meticulously as I made my vow.